And we're live. How is everyone's night? Had to take a couple of minutes to recover from that VR meetup. That headset gets very, very hot.
I'm really feeling
Very, very
it.
fast. Thank you, Shulk. I am also feeling it. But that was awesome. I still got to set up a couple of things prior. It was
One of
really
us
fun.
was using
Thank
his
you
brain
guys.
today, and I'm not talking about
I had a,
you.
I had a lot of fun. Spy X Family is like slowly becoming one of my favorite anime of all time. Like that show is so impossibly cute. And on that rewatch, I noticed so many like little points that I didn't notice the first time, and it was so good. It was so good. Anyway, your best girl. I know, right? It's almost like I'm wearing her outfit or something. But you know what? I don't do this very often. But I'm very proud of this outfit. I'm very happy with how this outfit came out. Okay, I'm gonna do the stereotypical VTuber thing where I just kind of show off for a second, and there we go. There we go. I love it. I love it so much. Do you guys want the black hair? I have the black hair also. You guys want the black hair? Because funny thing, she actually doesn't have black hair. It's like a very, very off
I'm
blue.
really feeling it.
There you go. There it is. Thank you. Oh, I got an ad right now. Well, who would have guessed? But yes, I adore how this turned out. I it looks so good and I love it. It's perfect. Perfect.
Let's rev it up.
But again, I want to thank all of you guys for hanging out again tonight. As usual, absolutely fantastic. That was insane. The some of you guys cracked me up with your choice of what do you call it? With your
I'm
choice of
really
skins
feeling
and
it.
avatars. Those are all wait. Oh, oh, good lord. Your avatars are always so good. Let's get myself back to normal here. Okay. Okay. We should be good. Mayhaps. Okay. All right. So, you were literally a hot dog, I know. Um last minute avatar. Missed all of that, but I'm sure it looked wonderful. I have a couple of we took some like what do you call it? We took some group photos and stuff. I know Chaos was taking a ton of screenshots during it. So, I'll post all of my stuff. Anyway, I'll post all of the photos that I took in the Discord after the stream. Didn't have enough time, but you know, I don't know how to search for avatars, so I can only find the public ones. Yeah, that's typically how most people go about it. Is they normally just kind of search JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Avatar World, and then just go searching through the trash heaps of some of those. Black hair redeem. If you guys redeem the what do you call it? The outfit one, you can choose from any of my outfits, not just the ones that are posted. So if you guys really want black, your outfit, that's how you get it. But yes, we'll be playing some Yu-Gi-Oh here in a moment. Let's get all of that started. Aside from the meetup, how's everyone's day been? Anyone do anything interesting, fun? Watch any new shows that I need to know about? Play any new games that might be interesting? What's up, Silver? 10K, why did I spend so much at sound bites? I just saw a cult earlier in my first episode of GX. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Game is locked and loaded, but we gotta get it on the screen, so that's always nice. Master Duel. Okay. I was a part of said. Mm-hmm. A couple of us were in there. I didn't I don't know if anyone noticed, but I jumped off the ledge during the showing. Oh, I saw. Rewatching Overlord and doing your 234th playthrough of.
I don't know.
Thank you. Thank you. Um, Nice to know everyone are indeed real people. I know, right? It's not, you guys aren't just all bots. Jade, you need to get Dragon Maid's mods. What do you mean? Like an outfit? Like a Dragon Maid outfit? Or oh my god, there's a dragon. Don't tell me there's a Dragon Maid mod for mods for Master Duel. Now she needs a Herald's mod. I am a bot. What do you mean? I smelt duelists in here. What's up, Prince Slime? I try not to do pixel art daily, but I need something to quench my boredom. Oh, he probably means custom cards. Okay, that's what he means. You know what? Just because you guys are asking for it, I'll I'll placate you just for today. It means no cat redeem because I don't have cat ears for the your avatar because it makes no sense. We'll do the black hair for a little bit, but then we'll swap back to the regular hair after some time. No, like even if someone redeems it, we're not doing it tonight just because I want to keep the your avatar going. I didn't get to see what synchro deck did you use, Jade? I didn't use the synchro. I used. You want to see what I used? I was using that near the end of the event to get some of my last gems. I think we still technically need some, but I think if the festival's still going on, we might do a couple. Yeah, so like I still need to get a ton of. Funny thing about Drytrons, you never special or you never normal. You can't normal summon in Drytrons. Did a challenge run on your second Master Duel account where you did Despia Dark Lords. Not bad. Had to change the language to Japanese and got to Gold 4. I saw Dell do that. She has like a redeem where you have to like she had to change the game's language to like Arabic or something. Not only did she make Drytron Herald, she also made a burn deck. She's in on the dark side. It's Trick Stars. What are you talking about? Jade, let me show you a mod for Master Duel. I wouldn't as long as there's like no issue getting banned or anything on it, I would be totally down for mods with Master Duel. As long as there's like zero chance of getting banned. I don't need that. I don't need to start from scratch. Dragon maids with guns. I've seen that art. I've seen that art. Trickstar is the archetype equivalent of burn. You're right. Jade, what happened to your hair? It's part of the cosplay for tonight. I'm doing, for those who don't know, Best Girl Yor from Spy X Family. This is a whole outfit for her. Just in honor of like that we show the show off and everything. I love that show so much. So we're gonna do this for a little bit. Like I said, the hair is gonna be black for about an hour or so, and then I'll probably swap it back to usual. Dress up, darling. Let's go. I have, I have, I have Mirren's bikini as an asset, but obviously, I wouldn't mind doing her first cosplay from the show, but for the time being, I love how chat just immediately. You what? You do? Uh-huh. Just a tad. Um, I'm about to end this guy's whole career. Jade missed the Uwu. Oh my god. Pop skill drain. Immediately scoops. That is amazing. It's like that was the instant. The instant that card flipped. Scoop. Ah, yes, Synchro Festival at its finest. We still waiting for some Discord boost perks? I don't know what I want to do with that because like it's I I don't know how easy it is to track first off. The Yugist Duelist, thank you for the follow. I don't know how easy it is to like keep track of is the thing. Yeah, Ren's debut is tomorrow, and tomorrow is my day off, so I'm gonna be taking a day off. But then I'll be back on Wednesday with more Master Duel. But yeah, Ren's debuting tomorrow. What's up, Leviathan? The queue right now is the leftover stuff from last Master Duel stream. So we'll be burning through those guys as much as we can. If for whatever reason they're not here, we'll just skip through them. Normally, whatever's in there is pretty fast. But we're not going to be, what do we say? We're not going to be doing lobbies with people yet. Not for another like probably 2 hours. I don't like to do like 2 hours of solo stuff prior just to get gems and fund the addiction. But you know. You guys want to play the channel theme song? That works for me. Give me a sec. That actually reminds me I need to put music on too. There we go. Asking for some Umbrella Jade. We aren't gonna swap the costumes tonight. I actually need to disable those just for tonight since we're gonna be showing off the York cosplay for tonight. We're not gonna be swapping those. So Ren or Omvi, if you guys are there, can you just redeem that or refund that for me real fast? Sorry, Sheo. Maybe later in the night, but for right now, I just want to show off the the Yor outfit that I put together. So Ren, are you gonna show us the spicy spice that you made? What does that mean? What's Umbrella Jade? I'm assuming they mean the big hat. My big witch hat. So, what are we playing against? I'm sure you'd have done this costume eventually, but I'm really glad I mentioned it during the Regigiga stream. I know, right? If you guys wouldn't have given me the idea, I probably wouldn't have done it. And definitely wouldn't have done it as soon or as quickly as I did. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Which one shall we prevent from activation? Oh no, this is a Monarch deck and he bricked. Oh no. Always go for the middle. I never want to go for the middle because that's always the one that oh god, it's True Draco. I Troll of Reincarnation is the best combo. It carried me to Plat 1. Yep. I have that in here, but it's not very consistent anymore because the whole the whole thing with only having one reincarnation. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? We're not gonna reincarnate because that's not gonna help us here. And there's nothing in the grave, so that's also not gonna help us here. We'll go Lily. Goth Jade, Monka Save Me. It's a
I'm
Yor
really
costume
feeling it.
from Spy X Family. I say just go triple Lyco. Eh. I always like to have Lilybell unlocked just in case they try something. I tried making a Drytron deck and instead got fully Sartic. Yep, that was about what happened to me as well, Neko. Jade, I sent you the mods. Thank you, Chaos. I'll take a look at those after the stream. Can't stay up tonight. Good luck. No worries, Leviathan. Have a great night. Be sure to bully Jade for me. Thanks. Okay. If it's fine and oh, did they brought reincarnation up to 3 in the TCG? I was not aware. Azrael, thank you for the bit. Let's go, Draco Break. You're very welcome, Jade. Good night. All right. Let me get the music locked and loaded. We got kind of want to do something a little bit different, but I'm not dead set. Not super dead set on anything. Not that one. I guess I just have to go with this one for now. There we go. Music volume's okay. So did I, Yugist. I actually played it in YCS's way back when it was still meta. What's up, Pocket Compass? What is reincarnation for? Trickstar Reincarnation is a trap card that forces your opponent to banish their entire hand and then draw an equal amount of cards. You can use that with Droll and Lockbird to maybe do an OTK in a way because it basically removes their entire hand. Lilial activates. That burns. Give me Cantina back. It's a hand loop that stops them from drawing. Yeah. Main phase 2, and we go crossed out. Also, yeah, it's also Dragon Maid Tidying as well, so it lets you special summon a Trickstar back to the field. Well, there goes our field spell. That's not good. However, the burn is helping. The burn is working so far. I'm kind of happy for that, at least. Naruto ST, yes, it is. This is what, Bluebird, right? Feels sad that the newest archetypes announced will only come out probably by the end of the year in Master Duel, if even. That's kind of the problem, is new cards are coming out at such a slow pace. I cannot get over how awesome Black Hair Jade looks. Thank you. I don't have another field spell in my deck. I don't know where I even run that. It's a Trickstar card combined with Lycris that can burn for a lot too, yeah. Cool. We're going to direct attack. We're going to activate. This should be game. This should be game. He shouldn't have done that. Because now we can quick effect Lycris back to the field. And then Lilybell's effect, that when she's brought back to the hand for any reason the first turn, you can attack, or you can special summon her again. I'm a sucker for Sword Soul. Sword Soul's a really cool looking... Wait, hold on. Ren's streaming tomorrow? Yes, she is. And Jade's uncle works at Konami and confirmed a new ban list. No, he doesn't. I'm not I think she said like 4? I'm not sure. Sword Soul is going to be the new Tri-Brigade. Sounds about right. Waifu tax. You can Trickstar with Wind Witch and eventually have some synchro plays in this event. Too bad both archetypes are way too expensive. Yeah. I mean, Trickstar is not that bad. Minus the extra, like, the extra deck, you only need one UR. Or one or two URs, if you want to just be slightly more consistent. But the main deck for Trickstars, you only run 5 URs, which is not bad for a deck. For a arguably not very meta deck, might be a tall ask, but... True Draco is all wyverns, by the way, yeah? Or worms, by the way. It didn't ask him for anything, so I don't think he has a hand trap. It just needs to be banned in Sword Soul drops. What card? A makeover Jade. I still see I see Jade Booba's still there. Thank you. It's all part of the it's all part of the Your cosplay. Another True Draco? Probably. No, seriously, who are you? I'm cosplaying your Forger from Spy Family. So for Master Duel, Tenny would ban. Oh, fair. I'm betting that one's Apocalypse. Something's telling me that's Apocalypse. Thank you, Another. Bad luck last? What the hell does that mean? Is this a... Are we fighting a burn deck as well? Oh, Jade, I didn't recognize you. It's Burn Stall? Well, they're literally playing against, like, the enemy of that, aren't they? But yeah, I believe Protos is getting banned on Master Duel in the next MD ban list, and hopefully other unfair cards. So long as VFD and what do you call it get hit, that's all I care about. VFD, Rongo, as long as those two get hit, nothing else really matters. Nightmare Wheel. Cannot attack or change its battle position. What? When it leaves the field, destroy this card. Once per turn during the standby phase, inflict. Okay. Guess what? Hey, I'm not the only one who hates Rongo. I'd be surprised if there weren't a ton of us that hate Rongo. But welcome to the chat, Baka. Mahjong Baka. I hope they hit everything, even Sky Strikers. That's my favorite deck, but they still need... Yeah. I mean, they shouldn't hit everything, so obviously not everything is meta. As long as they shake up the meta enough by hitting certain cards that need to be hit, I feel like we're fine. You haven't been wronged yet? I've only been wronged once. Cool. I let a 6 Sam deck go first while under the impression Rongo was banned. Hate Rongo. You've been DD Dynamite is apparently a huge problem, but I've never been hit by DD Dynamite. But considering how much people talk about him, just like Rongo and VFD, I'm sure that would be a good hit. What is he doing? Sangin? Burn only works if you have extra deck. You haven't been seeing much VFD? Agreed. I actually haven't seen... I've had less issue with VFD than I have had with Zoo turboing out, what do you call it? Zoo being able to turbo out, wow, I'm spacing on the name. Zeus with like 8 materials is kind of the problem. Yeah, Fran. So truthfully, hard to tell what future ban lists will look like. Yeah. Scythe or DB bans. I don't know if they're gonna hit Scythe. They might like limit it at the most, but I don't see them. I don't see them doing anything too crazy. Can I hit him with both of these? Oh wow. Big Trickstar girl. Well, in any case, Zoo equals Zeus. It's in the name. How to forget. Buster Lock is fine if Carrier gets banned. Smart Jade. Thick trick. Big woman. Huge. Huge. Scythe limit would do nothing. Normal summon.
That's game.
See, this is the first time I've actually had Effect Veiler in one of my decks. Is it normal to just get like an immediate sense of peace seeing that in my opening hands? D-Link uses Buster with Union Carrier, but it's the only Buster cards. So, can someone in chat tell me, is Effect Veiler a girl? I'm pretty sure it's just a femboy. I could be wrong though. Both. Oh yeah. Can someone explain to me what Union Carrier is for? Because, like, I have it in my, what do you call it, list, and I just never use it. Equips a card from the deck to a card it points to. Pretty sure the card description of the wiki is a boy. It's Gren Maju. We're gonna just nip that bud real fast with the Effect Veiler. Union can bring out some nasty combos. But how? It just equips cards to... So you can trigger field to graveyard effects and stuff? Oh, I see. Because it's in my Drytron list, and I wasn't quite sure why exactly it was in my Drytron list. You play Drytron, you should know this. I should. That's why I'm asking. We're gonna go Lilybell. And then send Ava away. In your case, you'd make Union Carrier to equip Ava and then send Ava. Oh, okay. But doesn't Beatrice already do a good enough job for that? Or am I wrong? You can't summon Beatrice, that's your backup plan. Oh, okay. Makes sense. It's a just in case thing. Okay. Union is easier to summon. I thought you were sending Dawn Knight. I don't have Dawn Knight. And I don't have my links. Well, Ripperoo to one of my Trickstar girls, if not both. Jade's out here bullying Matza Beatdown. Stop trying to be a Drytron player, please. I I genuinely like the archetype. Like pure Drytron. The Herald build is like whatever. I don't love it. But like just running pure Drytrons is really fun. It's the first time I've ever actually had fun with a ritual deck. Like I like Necroz, but Necroz is like way all over the place, and I'm not like. My biggest problem with rituals is it's always like oddly complicated between like all the different ritual cards within an archetype. Each different ritual monster does something else. Like, well, rip. Imagine if you didn't get to duster your cylinder. I know, right? What are these decks you're running into? First the burn, now the equipped deck. I was about to ask whether or not you ever got around to looking into Drytron Necroz. I actually have a list for it. I have it in-game set up too. I think I'm missing a couple. You know what? We're going to build that after this. After this game, we're going to take a look. Is it very likely for Nadir's Servant going unlimited Master Duel? Never played the card in TCG. I'd be kind of mad if it did, because I had a playset and I dismantled 2 of them because it was limited to 1. I know, I'm the one who gave it to you, Jade. I know. I like decks where Max C isn't a problem, like Trickstar. Mm-hmm. Drytron and Sword Soul are god now. What do you mean by that, Vicious? It's funny when a #1 top tier deck in the TCG can do so much, completely dies after a single limited card gets banned. I mean, even without Ava and without Herald, Drytron is still alright. No one. No. I know the TCG no one plays Drytron anymore. That I am aware. It's still not going to stop me from playing it. It's still. I like how fun the archetype is. I like the swapping out all the Drytron monsters like every turn and then being able to get out the big, goofy 4,000 attack point dragons. Yeah, Ava's banned in the TCG. That's why no one plays it in the TCG. That's why no one plays Drytrons in TCG. Do you run Magic still in your Trickstar deck, or is that a new card you add to it? I have a couple different techs that I use for it, but like I've gone through like probably 6 different revisions of this deck. I find the trap heavy variant is like the best one though. We're gonna pull that. What is that? What, this one? Cosmic Blazer? I don't know. You can banish the card into the end phase and then activate. When your opponent activates a card effect, negate. When your opponent summons a monster, negate. When your opponent declares an attack, negate. Cool! Is there a reason I can't activate this? Oh, because he's not attack position, that's why. Jade forgot. Do we have an out to this? Well, he's about to yeet himself. So an Omni negate. Yeah. I run all statue and Drytron and Tri-Brigade. Give up because Mirror Shield plus Rivalry plus Rivalry. It's the only thing that shuts them down. Yeah. There we are. Intern. Maxi Trickstar player. I mean, I couldn't really do anything with it regardless, so I mean... Oh wow, he's gonna negate that? Nice. Do you play Super Poly? No, I don't have Super Poly. Why Super Poly and Trickstars? Explain. I wish to learn. For the Trickstar fusion monster, or is there another fusion that I would use? Because I would love to make Trickstars more relevant. I would love to be able to use my Trickstars more, but you got to have to play a Floodgate to be good. It's another card in the combo, but it clears hand. It doesn't allow draw. It outs boards that Trickstars can't beat. I mean, so do Kaijus. I do run a Kaiju. Trickstars are your worst matchup. Oh, what do you know? It's Crystal Wing. Trickstars want their extra deck, yeah. The extra deck for Trickstars is more of the backup plan, though. If you can't get over something or whatever. Trickstars usually run 3 pot of extras, yeah. But why do they use Droll? They use Droll so that way they can combine it with, They use Droll with Reincarnation, because what happens is if you Droll the same chain that you activate Reincarnation, it forces them to banish their entire hand and they're not allowed to draw any more cards. Did you finish building Burglar Turbo? Yes, I did. Also, Droll is a good card to play. I play Salem, right? Yeah. Droll is really good on a lot of the current meta stuff. Well, that's gonna get negated. Yep. Now, has she... used her negate yet? No, she just used her destruction effect that's once per turn. So we have an Omni negate and we have a monster negate still. Okay. 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 We'll try to bait the negate. Now he's got double negates. Never mind. It's over. I'm not gonna be able to bait this. Is he gonna negate it? Yes, he is.
That's game.
I don't think it is. He's negating the reincarnation. Well, no. No, yeah, it is game because no matter what I do, Blazar, no matter what I do, Blazar is here.
Brain today, and I'm not talking about you.
There's that. It's infinite summon resources. The deck already had insane resource management on its own. Thanks, Kaiba. Okay, there's that. And then now we blow that up. It's still game, because Blazar comes back. But well, I guess Dragoon and DPE will get banned on the TCG postcode. At least you got the last laugh. Agreed. At least we got to wipe his board. Blazar's so good it can out droplet. The only out to Blazar is a kaiju. Like I said, I wanted to put together, where was it? Triton Necroz. Let's see where we're at with this. So the only card we're missing is Chaos Max, Shooting Riser, and a bunch of the extra deck stuff. Nepotist, the Sacred Flame. How important are these? Red. How important are these? You're also missing Hungry Burger, though. I have a separate Hungry Burger deck list. Big Mac Turbo right here. I do, in fact, have the Hungry Burger. Stop saying Chaos Max. He's not playing it. Good morning, Sheb. As long as there's not Necros or So I don't... As long as they're not... Okay. That's fine. This I will buy, because we do need a second one of these for all of the Drytron stuff. Okay. Free packs? No. No free packs. Okay. I wanted one of these anyway for the regular Drytron list. Our Drytron Pure list, I actually want to run Chaos Max. Your opponent cannot target this card with card effects. What to get rid of? Oh, we're just gonna drop one of the Medionis. That's easy. No advanced ritual art for Chaos Max. Is this song Naruto? Yes, it is. Let's test that out in ranked. We're almost done with the battle pass. We're making some progress. We got enough gems for one whole pack. Two whole packs now. Look at us, schmoovin'. Vortex the Whirlwind. These are terrible. Those are actually awful. I'm just gonna speed run through these just so we can get through them all. Gaius the Star Beast. Nothing. Like, are there actually URs in here that you can get that are worth a damn? There's a few neat cards, but they're mostly nostalgia. Fair. Oh, we got a UR. We got a Junk Warrior. Game really wants me to build Synchro, doesn't it? A Barrier Statue of the Heavens. I got a effect, not effect failure, the other one. I'll show you guys which one I got. I forget his name. Vanity's Fiend, I think, is his name. Don't quite recall. Does anyone know how Mind Crush works? I think I do, but I'm gonna hold my tongue because I'm not sure. You did get a Jinzo in one? Well, we got a UR. Oh, God, why? There's a ton of URs for Endymion, isn't there? The textbook card. Tritron Pure, Necroz. Yeah, or Vanity's Ruler. This was one of the cards that I got from those packs. Related cards. Tempest Magician? Is he really the... Oh no. Jackal King. Huh. Endymion takes a ton of URs? Okay, that's all I needed to know. All I needed to know. Eat. Need two of those, need two of those. I have like nothing else I can get rid of, huh? Not... No more URs that I can get rid of anyway. Damn. We don't got a ton of... Well, those we can get rid of. Don't have a ton of SRs either that we can get rid of at the moment. Pre-prep I'm keeping, that we don't need 4. Yeah, we are doing pretty good on cards. I feel like, what's the next staple we should get, chat? What's the next staple? I'm thinking we should probably get at least another effect veiler. So we at least run 2. Alright. We're gonna be doing some ranks for a little bit. Max C is broken though. Called by? We already have 2 called bys. Magical Elf. As much as I want to continue selling out with this, we are going to... I want to test some decks. I want to test Drytron Necroz. I want to see if this deck can actually be half effective. Droplet is a godsend. I already have 2. I normally don't like running 3 evs for hand traps, just on principle. That and consistency issues. Why does Vanity's Fiend exist if there's already a Vanity that does the same thing? Test Borger Turbo. Alright, I'll try it next game, Stolen. Thank you for the bits. Okay. When this card's almost summoned out of round the ritual. Who do we add is the question. We need you. We're gonna discard Ben 10. Who do we add in this situation? Because that's... Who do we add? Chaos Max? Trish. Realistically, it's either Chaos Max, Drytron, or Trish. We'll do Trish. I know that's the boss monster, so we'll try that. Ben 10 activates. Brings us to our Diviner. She activates, searches off for... I forget. I always forget what these do. Unicorn is your negate, yeah. From the hand or field, from the extra deck or graveyard, okay. This one's from hand or field, then from hand or graveyard. And this one's hand or field and or banish Necroz from the graveyard. So this is everything. Okay, we're gonna take that. We're gonna go... Ooh, what do we go first? Trish is like the go-to boss monster, but I don't know if he has protection. Meanwhile, Unicorn is literally walking skill drain. Right? No. Who's the walking skill drain? I thought it was Unicorn. Discard this card on the turn when graveyard. Negate the effects of face-up monsters. Okay. Go Unicorn. Yeah, Unicorn is the and Unicorn is the walking negate. Considering that one ended, we're gonna try one more with Necroz, and then I'll swap the Hungry Burger. Face up extra deck monsters. Scoops when he sees a Drytron player. Borglar. Meaning 90% of decks. Alright. This is a hand. What's up, Frontier? that's just gonna give us more. We need the ritual cards. We're gonna do that. Summon you. You're gonna bring us Ben 10. I have like all of these strategies running through my head at the same time right now. Just means I'm gonna misplay like crazy. And Ben 10 activates. We need another Herald. Yeah, I'll take it. Medionis. I probably should have started with Diviner. Yeah, because there's nothing else we can do here. Extrav? What is this? You watched subbed Arc 5? Among Us. Also, I like the new model. Thank you. I put way too much effort into, but yours, like assassin outfit is such a cool, sleek design. I love it so much. Watch this deck be Karibos. I'm taking heroes to my locals this Friday for a tourney. Oh, very nice. Gonna sideboard plasma. Well, it's probably Dino VFD. Well, we still won. All right. We need some Link 2s. We don't have any Link 2s in here. That's the first thing that I noticed. In that situation, if we had a Link 2 that we could go into, like IP, we probably could have done something there. I'm assuming Union Carrier since it's Drytron. And then since we're running Diviner, and we have Spellcasters, so we're running Selene as well. That's easy. Selene can bring out ritual monsters, right? I'm assuming so long as they're ritual summoned correctly, because they have to be on the field anyway for a Link summon. We're gonna go, of course, access code. Maybe Nightmare Phoenix? Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad idea either. Drop that, and then run Nightmare. I mean, we could probably run both, if I'm honest. Do you have Underworld? No, I don't, actually. You know what? Is this the outfit Jade wanted to show off? Yes, it is, Yeet. It is Yor from, Spy Family. Congrats. You got mail. Can't spell. Welcome to Get to Know Me. I don't know how to spell. And I also keep hitting edit deck instead of what I actually want to do. Autocorrect has ruined me. I also run a Valk and a Gungnir to protect Unicorn. That was in that deck, wasn't it? Oh, there is no Gungnir. Yeah, you're right. We probably need to run that. Because, like, our regular Necros list does. Valkyrius, at the very least. I don't think... We'll see. Obviously, through testing it. Quick, pick a number between 1 and 5. 3. Thank you for the bits, Eddie. But yeah, we were gonna use Big Mac Turbo. Yes, Jade Necroz. I've had the Necroz deck for a while. It's just now I finally have Drytron, so I can kind of like make it half decent. Yo, I picked the square root of 9. You're gonna make Magic Key because gun? Burger needs an animation. Fafnir. There's that. Bring me that. We need more Drytrons. We don't need the fusions or the ritual spell at the moment. Yikes, that hurts. Borger, thank you, Stolen, for the bits. Can I? You cannot added from either player's deck to their hand. So if it's saying I can activate this. It's not going to do anything though, right? No, wait, it special summons it. Yeah, it does. I can still do that. It's not going to do anything because I still can't get the search off, but so close, but I won bits. Thank you, Eddies. I see the Borger. Yeah, we see the Borgar. Problem is, we can't do anything with the Borgar. Hype train start. Yeah, see the effect didn't go off. We can do this. We can get something done. We can do something here. Nothing great, but we can do something. Because now we can send... Honestly, probably that. Yeah, because next turn is... So long as we survive until next turn. Burger says it can only be summoned by its own spell, right? That doesn't matter. Drytron's... The ritual spell for Drytron specifically says that it can be, It negates the summon activation, or the summon requirement for all other ritual cards. So it overrides it. I can't use... 2 non-link monsters. Is there a reason I can't use both? I don't understand. Why? Your XC... Oh, it's in the extra zone. I'm stupid. That's why. Yeah. So Jade, what would you consider your meme deck? I don't really have one because I try too hard. Cause like even my worst decks, even my you know, my trick stars or whatever. Oh my god, it's Altergeists. Like yeah, even like my trick stars and stuff. Would you really call that like a meme deck? Did he just soliloquists and pass? Wow. My guy literally just... Oh, 800 attack point and pass. Against Drytrots. My meme deck is gambling. I mean... Burglar Turbo is kind of a meme deck, right? But... I can negate that, can't I? If this card... Or not. I guess not. You touch one... Oh, while you control a machine ritual. Lame. It's fine. We can get everything out that we need right now anyway. Just Ben 10 a Numeron deck. Feeling proud of myself. Don't diss Skull Servants. Skull Servants are violent. That's a good deck. What about Orgoth? We are going to add... We're gonna add the big boss monster just so we can deal with stuff. Cyber Angel Ben 10 is going to activate again. Welcome to the Bone Zone, He-Man. Oh, now you got... That's what he was waiting for. He was ashing the Ben 10. That's fine. I don't think he realizes how little that actually matters here. Because now we can bring this. Come on. Come on, guy. Skill drain. You mean the card that literally does not matter with... Dr. Stone is a good anime. It's a good series in general. I had a lot of fun with the anime, though. Burger doesn't care about skill drain. No, it does not. We're going to activate you. Skill drain hurts Altergeists. Why would he be running skill drain then? I know, understands. Big boss monster time. Welcome to the stream, Stone Poet. We're going to activate Ben 10 again. Ash only negates the once, right? If I remember properly, Ash only negates the first time. Yeah, it does. When the skill is drained? When that doesn't matter? Ash is a hard once per turn. Yeah, it is. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? I mean, you know what? It's gonna negate regardless. Altergeist Protocol. Effects of Altergeist cards cannot be negated. When your opponent activates a monster effect, you can send one other face-up Altergeist card you control to the graveyard and negate the activation if you do destroy it. Okay, cool. No, we can't do that. Who's a big goofy beater we can just use? That's why they run Drain. Well, now we know what his traps all are. So now, so long as we can get out one more 2000 attack monster, we're fine. During your opponent's main phase. Nope, that's not going to help us. None of the effects are going to help us. Oh, I don't have a strong enough link too. It's literally going to be 100 life points off. That's fine. Access code vanishes for cost, so it can out skill drain. But it can't do that while it's on the field. It would have to banish itself, right? You hit plat using Necro Valley. Not bad. Yeah, you need to access code and then aim yourself. Yikes. Cool. Awesome. Can't do anything. Yeah, Altergeist is still annoying as all hell. Table Sama, thank you for the follow. Luckily, all their effects are still negated, so... Altergeist isn't my favorite control deck. I don't know what his end board here is. 800 attack point beatdown? Is that what his goal is here? Because, like, Drytrons can keep on recurring themselves effectively endlessly as long as I have one ritual card in my hand. What did I have? Thank you. They have a fusion monster. That is kind of what Altergeists do, but they don't let you play the game while they do it. I just understand. I just don't understand why skill drain. We're just gonna hard draw Harvey Feather Duster or something. Or are you countered, to be honest? Not really, like... Oh, he's just gonna max it, so he doesn't even have Ash. So that's fine. Love how old cards are making a comeback. We're going Ben 10. I love how this is Hungry Burger, but we literally just play Ben 10 and Dry Trots anyway. It's literally just Burger is in the deck, but it doesn't matter. Think you can deck him out? Maybe. Why no Borgar? Because we are in a situation where we can't. We are going to get you. Tribute Ben 10. Yeah, Borglar won't save you here. That's what I'm thinking. Borgar ignores skill drain. Yeah, but does it ignore the rest of Altergeist's shenanigans? We're just gonna keep milling our own deck for a sec. We're going it to... But it's Borgar, believe. You know what? You're right. Cyber Angel Ben 10 activates. Believe in Borgar like it believes in you. Life isn't good without Borglar. You know, I never thought about it like that. You're right. We need more Borglar. Mubu. Why do I keep putting it in the extra monster zone? That's literally stupid. Dark Emperor, welcome. How's your night? Oh, doesn't matter. Ooh, that sucks. Since his effect is negated, I can't use the attached cards for what do you call it? Hamburguesa con queso. I wouldn't be giving Altergeists more. It's fine. It's totally fine. We're totally not going to regret this massively. It's fine. Someone say totally. Wait, what the hell? How is it able to do that? It's negated. What? What? Protocol? Oh my god, the activation effects of Altergeist cards cannot be negated. Awesome! Didn't even think of that. What do we do? It was never negated in the first place, you're right. Ooh, I didn't think of that. I did not read that. That's such a stupid... Even though the game tells you they're negated, they're not negated. That's so... Oh, I don't like that. This is why you play Borglar.
One of us was using his brain today, and I'm not talking about you!
Do you have int tests in the extra deck? I mean, yes, but... I have int tests, it's not gonna help. When you thought you read enough, but you didn't read enough. I think the UI tool tricks you. It's like it even prompts you to activate skills when your skill is negated. Yep. Well, we're gonna lose this because of the Max C play. That's literally it. We played into the Max C thinking that we could just fight over and attack through it, and it's not gonna work. Because the problem with Altergeists is they basically never get sent to the graveyard. They constantly go back to the hand, and all of their cards are hand traps. This is dangerous. Something you can do is normal summon Diviner, choose in tests, then use Droplet to send Diviner to graveyard as cost. Will that work? And the Diviner is negated, yeah. I could try it. It's not gonna hurt any more than whatever's about to already happen, but how would that work under skill training? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out as well. When you draw Droplet. Well, Droplet wouldn't work because I can't negate their effects. Unless if it's sent for cost, but the activation of the effect itself is negated, not the cost in the situation, right? This card is normal summoned. You can send one fairy from your deck to your extra deck to your graveyard, and if you do, increase that card's level. You activate Diviner, chain Droplet to send Diviner. Once the chain resolves. Let's use Diviner as an example. You'll send the card for cost, but the effect won't activate. That is if we survive the turn. Personally, I just draw Duster, then Droplet. Problem is, don't they have cards that would negate that? Yeah, just draw the card you need, Forehead. Yeah, with how many cards I gave them, it's almost over. I can keep getting cards out on the field, so it's gonna be like a grind. But thank you, Hungry Burger. Thank you. So you're saying this would work? No, it does not work. He's saying it would work with Droplet. You need to chain Forbidden Droplet. You would have to send it with... Oh, I see. Normal summon it, use Droplet, kick it to the graveyard as cost for Droplet, and then Droplet would let it resolve. I see you. I see what you're trying to do. Okay. I don't even know if I run Droplet in this list, if I'm being honest. No worries. The one. Have a great night. No Feather Duster Savage. Welcome to my life. That's not going to get us any card advantage, just board presence. I think what our play is here. We tribute that one. 100% sure I'm a qualified judge. So am I! However, I still have problems with some of these rulings. Legendary Meme Knight, thank you for the follow. Can't believe I wasn't already followed. Fair enough. Thank you regardless. We're gonna go that. We want to leave one card. We want to leave one of these in my hand, if only just for if only just so that way we can what do you call it? In case she wipes the board, which is entirely possible. We can get it back next turn as long as she doesn't wipe us. Maybe the 4K puncher will work now. No, because they keep what she keeps chaining is she keeps chaining the effect of which one? It's this one. It's this one's effect with this one's effect. So she brings that one to the field, or this one to the field, and then uses this one's effect to bring it back to the hand, but then since that one already activated, the effect still goes through. So she can constantly infinitely recur it. I guess we'll just keep sending more Drytrons to the grave. Droplet makes it to where Diviner resolves in graveyard. Yep. Hello. Because I can tribute this to negate an effect, because it tributes for cost and then negates in the grave. Oh? Trigger an Altergeist monster in the graveyard, special summon it, and if you do, equip the card, then when it leaves the field, destroy the monster, and if you can banish this card from the graveyard, add it to your hand, and only the effect. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. You can do that. Special summon all your stuff. Oh, but I can't negate. That was a bad play then. I can't negate her effects. Blaze the Brawler, thank you for the follow as well. Multi-faker, multi-faker. Is this ranked or viewer duels? This is ranked. Stone Poet, thank you for the follow as well. What is he doing? Okay. Glad to know you can send the cost and still effect dodge the same way. Just got here. Chat, did Jade go goth, or is this another one of her colleagues from the other one? No. This is your cosplay from Spy Family that I threw together. Attribute you. Thank you, Cloud. I see you capitalized your name. Right on a virtual world, don't care about skill drain at all. Oh wow, I literally don't have any more targets for Ben 10. That's why I didn't activate. Golden Burger. Look at that. Look at that right there. That hungry boy. The burger is pogging. Too bad the burger is about to get negated. That's a big Borglar. It's over. I knew that was gonna happen. I don't know why I still clicked it anyway. Call that a hungry man meal. What is he doing now? Why do you say Borglar instead of Borgor? Because Borglar is funny and I used to watch way too much Vine Sauce, that's why. It's GG. I literally cannot, um, do anything at this point. It's over. A card that would do cost, even if skill drain is on the field, is Dragon Spirit of White. Yeah, it has to be worded like discard this card to activate this effect or whatever. Has to before the semicolon to be cost, yeah. Alright. Borglar was funny. We're going back to Drytron Necroz because I want to learn that for right now. Tell me, in your opinion, I'm about to get a laptop soon. Would I be able to Twitch stream with it if it had decent specs? I'm gonna tell you a secret right now, Azriel. Okay, you want to know a secret? I'm streaming on a laptop right now. I would always recommend like an actual PC over, you know. I would always recommend like an actual PC if you can, but I understand like people in my situation, PC doesn't necessarily work, so you kind of have to go with what you work, you know. The problem with getting a laptop though is you need to be ready to put, if you want to be able to stream on a laptop, you're looking at like 1,500 bucks, at least. Whereas a gaming PC that you could do the same, it's like 600-700 depending on the graphics card. One of these lets you use cards in your, what do you call it? This one, Kaleidoscope, lets you use cards in your extra deck. Problem is, I don't think I have any. I need like a 5-star synchro in here, something. I have a Chromebook. Does it work? No. Definitely not. A Chromebook would most certainly not. Chromebooks are notoriously terrible. Do you play Ultimate Dragon or 5-headed? No. TG Hyper Librarian? Yeah, but I don't want to waste a ton of UR tickets is the problem. Because in this situation, using Kaleidoscope, we can get one of the Necroz cards out. We can get Unicorn out. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do Unicorn. Activate here. We're going to yeet Arclight to get Unicorn out. And then Arclight is gonna search us. Why is this deck list not running Valkyria? I need to throw Valkyria in this because there's literally no reason we should not be running Valkyria in this. Classless, classless. Okay, so classless. So if we went Meteona Strytron, we can. Okay, this was what I was thinking. Yeah, we can get classless out with Alpha. Oh, it's still turn 1. Damn. I forgot. I saw the monsters on his field. I thought it was turn 2. I even got a VTuber model already and everything. I was getting way ahead of myself. I mean, like I said, if you're going for a laptop, you're really seriously gonna need, like... Because, like, the laptop I run off of was, like, a $1,500 laptop, like, from 2 years ago. And even now, there are games I can't run and stream at the same time. I tried Rune Factory 5 on a Switch emulator. Cannot get it to run to save my life. To be fair, that game also just runs really poorly, even on the Switch. But yeah, if you're going laptop, I recommend make sure it's got a decent processor, because that's the problem with mine. My processor bottlenecks everything so hard because of heat issues. Unicore. Oh yeah, so I don't. Artemis literally negated. Artemis does not give. Okay. I have skill drain for all of the stuff this guy's trying to do. It's still warm enough to enjoy. Oh no, Agma. Definitely want the bare minimum 8 cores. Yep. See, my processor is actually fine. Like, if you had, like, the same processor in, like, a regular PC, it's actually, like, a great processor. The problem is, in a laptop, it gets bottlenecked really, really hard from the, what do you call it? From the heat. Do you like shooting games and whatnot? Yes. I'm not a fan of, like, Call of Duty. That's the only thing. Like, military shooters, unless it's Battlefield 4. That's, like, the only one I can think of that I really like. Oh yeah, I play Risk of Rain 2 all the time. We literally played that yesterday on stream. No wait, not yesterday. Sunday. We played that Sunday. But I play we've done a couple of streams for Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. I actually need to get back to playing that again. We've done, you used to play a lot of competitive FPS way back in the day. Like, I used to play a ton of Overwatch. I was like a relatively decent diamond player in Overwatch. But what's up, Andre? Crusader called in Risk of Rain on Sunday. Carried. Oh yeah, Crusader definitely did. Is there any kind of games that I don't actively enjoy? Um, I'm not a huge fan of battle royales, like Fortnite, that kind of stuff. I'm not a huge fan of battle royales. Um, Otherwise, like puzzle games, I'm not huge on. Like Professor Layton and stuff is fine, but I'm just not like super into puzzle games. And like third person action shooters. Like the cinematic stuff, like your GTAs, like your Uncharted's, like your Last of Us. I don't love that gameplay unless it's like expertly written stories. Like I love Red Dead 2. Um, but like GTA 5's gameplay, that's why I don't play GTA Online anymore. I don't love the gameplay, which if I don't like the gameplay in a video game, why am I playing it? Like the older ones that were all third person. Um, like I liked The Division well enough. The Division was fine. Not a whole lot I can do in this. Can't. Why? Oh, it banishes for what do you call it? Why did it banish? Do you like open world concept rather than routes that are pre-planned for you? It depends on the game. Some games I like. The first thing that comes to mind when you say that is Pokemon, and I genuinely dislike the way Pokemon games are made now. Arceus is the best Pokemon game we've had since like Gen 5. But that also might just be a fluke, knowing Game Freak, so we're not sure. Like there's a couple of battle royales that I kind of sorta got into. If any of you guys know what Spellbreak is, that was one that I got kind of into. Um, like I kind of got into Apex. I'm like we streamed Apex once, and we played it for like 4 hours, and I think I maybe got 3 kills the entire stream. It's time for Jade, the League player. I like MOBAs. I have like 2,000 hours in Smite. And Battleborn is like my favorite MOBA of all time. Too bad it's literally been yeeted off the face of the earth. Emerald was best. Emerald is a very good Pokemon game. I feel like Gen 3 just kind of lacks from a lot of issues. If I had to pick a Gen 3 game, I actually prefer Fire Red and Leaf Green. Like Emerald, Ruby, Sapphire are fine, but I actually just prefer, and I don't even like Gen 1. But but yeah, Heart Gold and Soul Silver and Black and White 2 are the best Pokemon games ever made. From Game Freak. I mean, Poke MMO is probably my favorite Pokemon game of all time at this point. You like Mobile Suit Gundam Battle Ops 2? It's fine. Gameplay, I've enjoyed my time with it. I put like something like 50 hours into it. My problem is just the monetization. Last time I faced someone using Drytrons, they used Herald of Ultimateness. That's what most Drytron players run. You grew up on Gen 1. My first Pokemon game was Fire Red. So that might be what paints that kind of opinion on Gen 3 for me. But I don't have any connection aside from that first game being Fire Red. I don't love Gen 1. Like I've played every Pokemon game ever released. But yeah, Gen 1's always been like super bare bones. I'm not super interested. Gen 2, original Gen 2, I don't even really love that much anyway. Until Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Heart Gold and Soul Silver made me love Gen 2. Do you like Donkey Kong? No. I've never played a Donkey Kong game. I like the DK rap. That's the best part of Donkey Kong for me. I will agree. I love Digimon as well. Vicious Digimon is. I have the purple Digimon X device that just came out. It's literally sitting right here next to me. Donkey Kong 64 is the only DK game worth your time. Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Black and White 2 are probably my favorite Pokemon games. I fully agree with you, Church. I would say the same. Like, I love Black and White 1 as well, but Black and White 2 added so much stuff on top of that. I kind of see them as the same game in a way, since they're like direct sequels to one another. Or like 2 was a direct sequel to 1. I love that game so much. Pokemon is better than Digimon for the card games. That I'm sure. I'd be shocked if that wasn't the case. But Yu-Gi-Oh is better than MTG. Yeah, that I also agree with. I've tried Magic. I kind of tried Pokemon TCG. I want to try the Digimon one. I love Digimon. I really want to try the Digimon TCG. But yeah, I've always loved Yu-Gi-Oh. Always, always, always. Digimon card game on PS2 that was pretty great. I never knew about that. Digimon has swimsuit rarity, right? What does that mean? Shiro redeemed the posture check. No shrimp backs, chat. Sit up straight. It's been almost 2 hours. Do some stretches, all that stuff. And then just, you know, sit up straight. Don't ruin your backs, chat. It's Cardfight Vanguard. There's an exclusive Digimon that wears a swimsuit. What? Time to read through that Gundam RPG. I mean, if it's good, I'd be up for it, Agma. Weiss Schwartz and Build Divide. I've never heard of either of those card games. Tao redeemed the water PSA. If you don't hydrate, you're gonna dehydrate, chat. You know how you fix that? You drink plenty of water, 8 glasses at least, every day, and you don't die. Who would have guessed? We have super bricked. I don't think I've ever bricked this hard on Drytrons before. Nice hand, Jad. Thank you, Anotter. Weiss Schwartz archetypes are different animes. Oh, is that one weird Japan exclusive card game that's like just various anime like characters? It's like there's like Fire Emblem cards, there's like Dress Up Darling cards, that kind of thing. You're gonna look me in the eye and tell me this game has a swimsuit rarity is not horny? My anime deck I wanted in Weiss are going to be thousands, no reprints or alt foil rarities. Oh, yikes. It's not Japan exclusive? Oh, really? I've never seen English cards for that. You wanted to play Mushoku Tensei? It's starting to get some traction with English cards, but yeah, that one. A lot of sets are still Japan only. You can only use them in US with official translations. Oh, fair. They hold Weiss tourneys? Oh, really? So maybe it is a lot bigger than I thought. I'll just look into it. I love the thought of like a card game where I could just ice summon Zatchbell. Well, there is a Zatchbell card game. I summon Zatchbell in attack mode, use Zatch to sacrifice to special summon fucking whatever the hell. Jade, when you sleep, do you keep a window open or a fan on? I used to always sleep with a fan. The problem is all of my fans broke. So I've kind of just been dealing with it for a while. I'm probably going to buy a new one here soon. But... Ooh, we can summon Trishula. But yeah, I sleep with the window open now. So what you're saying is chat should buy me a new fan? You don't have to. I'll get around to it myself regardless. Each player can only attempt to activate one monster effect per turn. Each player can only attack with one monster during each battle phase. Huh. I hope this is the good play. I don't know how to play shithalls. Oh, what's a backflip? You use a badass deck fan. It's like 10-inch diameter. I used to have like a shop fan. Like one of the crazy huge ones that was just like, it was the loudest thing on the planet. All of my friends just started getting mad at me for using it though, because literally it sounded like I was like skydiving whenever I was in like a PlayStation party or something. If you search up the Weiss Schwarz Wikipedia page, you can scroll down and see all the different anime. I'll definitely look into that. I'd love to see, like, if there's like a Code Geass one or something and it's cheap, I would love to just have like a deck of Code Geass cards. Or Kill la Kill, or Spy Family, or whatever. Gurren Lagann. My fans last decades. Jade, the fuck are you doing to your fans? Gundam. I want to become Gundam. Bought a fan, found out it was already assembled, sent it back. Sounds like a plane. Yeah, one of those, like the big shop industrial fans. Code Geass is so good. I love it. Kill la Kill and Gundam both have sets. Oh, Gurren. Is there a Gundam set? Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann is also a possible set. Ooh. Alright, Manju. I mean, that's gotta be an Ashen's hand, right? No? Cool. Do we just go into Chaos Max and... We can't. We don't have Meteonis Drytron because we have no Drytron cards in our Drytron deck. Where are all the Drytron cards in our Drytron deck? Is there a game you play that you feel like you could buy hundreds of micro... Warframe. Warframe. Anyone who's played Warframe knows how easy it is to spend money in that game, even though you don't need to at all. Mobile suits are base equipment. This card can be used to ritual summon any necros monster. I don't know what ritual monster is the target though, is the problem. We already have Trishula, we don't need anything else. If you have Manji, where's his brother? Path of Exile. I tried it. I do not care for that game at all. I have a Digimon Tingle that I want to scratch. Anyone recommend a Digimon game? The Digimon Virtual Pets, specifically the Digimon X, are those are damn near fantastically perfect for virtual pets. If you don't know what they are, you know what a Tamagotchi is. They're basically that. What made you change? It's just a temporary cosplay for it's Yor from Spy Family. But yeah, I would personally recommend something different. A Digimon virtual pet. If you actually want like an actual video game, Next Order is okay. The Cyber Sleuth games are obviously the best ones. Those are like the go-tos. What else? Yeah, Digimon World Dusk and Dawn and Digimon World DS. Basically all the Digimon games on the DS are all pretty good. You don't see it. Jade recently got into Spy X Family. She's playing Yor. This may be a redeem in the future. It is a redeem in the future for sure. But for tonight, it's yeah. For tonight, it's the main thing we're gonna be wearing. Does anyone remember Bakugan? I only have like 100 of the stupid things in my attic. Did they ever reboot the original? They remade the first one. It's on like the PSP. It's actually like a pretty decent remake of that first one. And then there's also a project called Digimon Online. It's a kind of third-party fan project where it's a remake of the original Digimon World on the PS1, but you can use the actual like Digimon virtual pet devices to like train and level your own Digimon outside of the game. It's such a cool idea. I have the whole setup for it. You have to get like this actual 3D printed like, what do you call it? It's like a 3D printed device that you can get. I bought it on Etsy, but it's like a holster for the Digimon virtual pets, and then it scans that and then uploads it to the MMO so you could play with that Digimon in your virtual pet in the game. It's such a stupid cool idea. Where would I ever get Digimon virtual pet, Jade? Amazon. Amazon sells them. I've watched all the episodes of Spy Family. Yes, we actually watched them today during the what do you call it? The sub meetup today. If it was on PSP, would you be able to get it on the PS Store for the Vita? Oy, I know you can jailbreak the Vita and get it on there. I don't know if it's actually on the Vita store though. Y'all talking about Digimon and I'm over here ranting about my embarrassing Twitch chat moment. It's fine, Jirelli. It's fine. Or it's fine, Cloud. Where did you meet? What you talking about, Coda? Oh yes, Amazon. I mean, there's other sites too. If you're one of those people who refuse to use Amazon for personal reasons, what have you. I know like Entertainment Earth sells them. I think Big Bad Toy Store sells them. But there's other places. VR chat. Yeah, we had a VR chat meetup for all of our subs tonight. We just met up in a lobby and just chilled and watched like Spy Family. We watched a couple episodes of Yu-Gi-Oh! Just kind of chilled. Yeah, it wasn't an offline meetup. Oh no. Well, like I said, check like different sites then. Check around Entertainment Earth, whatnot. Different sites, obviously. Depending on your area, you might have another site that might have them. Thank you, Skeleton. We watched original because Ren's never actually seen any of Ren's never seen Yu-Gi-Oh! So we showed her the first episode of the original series and the first episode of GX. The Bakugan game was amazing. I never played any of the Bakugan video games. I had or are you talking about the actual like card game with the marble transformers? Because that I did play. So if you jailbreak the Vitas, can you get ROMs for the PSP on the Vita? Yes, you can. I won't say how I got it, but I do have every single Monster Hunter game ever released up through the PS2 and the Vita, or the PS2 and the PSP, all running on my Vita, including the ones that never released in America, all with English translations, all running on my Vita. I never knew Jade played the same childhood games I had too. I played a ton of games growing up. I'd rather break warranty to play PSP games. I mean, to be honest, does Sony even care about... Sony didn't care about the Vita 2 years after the Vita came out. They certainly don't care about it now. Definitely, Lucas. I totally didn't use the hack. Because once you jailbreak the Vita, you can actually buy this third-party cartridge that goes into the cartridge slot, and you can use up to a 2 terabyte SD card. And just like, you just put the SD card in the game cartridge, put the game cartridge into the game cartridge slot, and it just uses it as a extra memory for the Vita. So I have like a terabyte of Vita games saved to mine. Forgot how fucking Metal Gundam can be. Fighters are artists who paint with blood and sculpt with steel. Uh-huh. So we're just gonna be watching this whole combo right now. Where's the next gen portable? Or is it time for a hybrid? I don't know. I've had more enjoyment in the last couple of years from seeing like the cool, like goofy handhelds that other companies have made. Like the Switch doesn't interest me anymore. The Steam Deck is a cool idea. I can't wait to get my Steam Deck. The Analog Pocket. I want an Analog Pocket so bad, but I can't get a hold of one because it's sold out. That thing is so cool. I have a huge collection of Game Boy Advance games that I want to be able to play on it. And I can't because I can't get my hands on a Pocket. Jade is telling you all about what not to do. Clearly, she's not endorsing such behavior. Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely. I would never endorse jailbreaking your PlayStation Vita and getting every game you could ever want on it. Definitely not. I almost jailbroke my old PSP to play digital because the optical drive broke. I mean, that's like the historical thing with the PSP. The PSP sold horribly. The PSP was selling horribly until people figured out how to crack it and jailbreak it, and then it became like one of the best-selling handhelds of that era. Oh, thank you, FaZe. I just want a next-gen PSP that's called the Vita. Yeah, the Vita's like 9 years old now. 12, actually, I think. Something like that. It's like... Yeah, I think it's like 12. The Vita has so many good games on it, though. Like, all the Danganronpa games are on there. Soul Sacrifice is, like, the one I keep talking about. Persona 4 Golden, obviously. How's watching the combo, Jade? Considering I'm sitting here just talking about the PlayStation Vita instead of looking at what he's doing, swimmingly. The PS4 portable. I mean, those are a thing. You just have to pay someone to, like, gut a PS4 and make one for you. Either that or buy a Steam Deck. Emulators are chef's kiss. Agreed. That's part of the reason I'm so fed up with the Switch. Like, when Rune Factory 5 came out, I bought it twice, right? I bought the digital version so I could have it just on my Switch all the time because I knew I was going to play it like crazy. And then I bought, like, the special deluxe edition of Rune Factory 5 because I wanted to support the developers and I wanted to just support the game and have all, like, the goodies and stuff. And then it came out, and it runs at, like, 5 frames a second on the Switch, and I hate it. He DC'd. What a combo. We still won. But yeah, Rune Factory 5 does not run very well on the Switch. So then I already bought it, so I just ran it on an emulator. And even on the emulator, it doesn't run well. But it's still well enough. Talking about old things, just remember Chaotic? Yeah. I remember watching the show for Chaotic every now and again. What a crazy comeback. He just believed in the heart of the cards too much and he got scared. Watch this magic trick. I'ma disappear. Nintendo is the Apple of gaming. Agreed. Joy-Tron's broke beat player mid-combo without playing a single card. Kitaro. Are you winning, son? That's Rune Factory about I keep seeing ads. What's Rune Factory? I keep seeing ads about it. Oh, sorry, water. Rune Factory is, if you know what Stardew Valley is. Rune Factory is basically, it's Stardew Valley in 3D, but with more RPG, like, yeah, just more RPG mechanics. So obviously things like dungeons, like, you know, leveling up, all of that kind of stuff. It's basically Stardew Valley, but better. I like Stardew Valley well enough. I'm a huge fan of Rune Factory more though. Stardew leans more towards like the Harvest Moon games than Rune Factory. I prefer the the RPG stuff. What to do? What to do? What to do? We have Unicore. So do we just go classless, or do we go Brio? I think we go Brio. We're gonna mill the deck because we're gonna go Brio and then classless for one of those things. No worries, Phoebe. Or yeah, Phoebe. Have a great night. You don't actually hate Nintendo, but you hate Apple. I don't care for either, if I'm being honest. Nintendo has just been so set in their ways the last like decade that I just kind of don't care anymore. Harvest Moon was my jam for so long, but I never had time for Stardew. So it's worth then. I would say either Rune Factory or Stardew. Yeah, they're both excellent. We have the ritual spell, so now we just need the ritual monster. Ooh, this is like full combo here, isn't it? Yeah, this is like full combo. Because this is going to get us... We're gonna do this. Curious about Magic Key Drytron? I don't know how Magic Key plays. I buy Nintendo simply because it's got better exclusives. I mean, it depends on if you like those exclusives. If I'm being completely honest, I haven't loved a Mario game since Galaxy. Nothing's like jumped out at me a lot since Galaxy. Zeldas are fine. I'm fine with Zeldas. Problem is, emulation exists. But Nintendo is way bigger overseas. Yes, it is. Do we just go Chaos Max? Should we're just gonna meme on them with Chaos, aren't we? It's time to kill them with Chaos. Emulation is piracy. We would never endorse that. We would never. No, no, no. I mean, buy your games, but don't buy the Switch. Just don't buy a Switch, buy the games, and then just emulate. What do we want to send to the graveyard? Yeah, we can do that. No, that's actually like a completely like a subject that I don't know if I want to get into it too bad, but like the conflation. So many of the third part or like the major companies try to conflate emulation with piracy specifically, when in reality they're not necessarily completely inclusive of one another. Just because it's emulation does not automatically make it piracy. It's only piracy when you go on the internet and download the games without paying for them. You had fun with Plunder Patrols. It's a weird deck, but it's cool. I think Plunder Patrols seem like a really cool idea. I just, you know. But yeah, like, emulation is not bad. It's companies like Nintendo and Sony are just trying to get rid of emulation because it's so often conflated with piracy. What would we even do for Unicore here? Because we need Unicore out. Unicores are skill drain. I think we just wait. We got this. This is our... Yeah, yeah, we're good. I don't think we need to... Yeah, I think we're fine. We don't... Gonna go back to lurking. No worries, Coda. Which is why it's hard to crack down on emulators. Yep. It's really hard to not see emulation as piracy. They're licensing the hardware DRM to run games. The thing is, a lot of emulators are custom made, though. Yes, there are cases of some emulators just running the same source code, but a lot of times it's reverse engineered. That, and there's the whole preservation angle. Without emulation, we would literally lose access to so many games over time, especially games that have their servers shut down. Things like Battleborn. I love Battleborn. I'll never be able to play it again unless someone makes like a custom server in an emulator for Battleborn. Like, there's so many games that are just gonna get lost to time because games and studios and publishers don't care about them anymore. Trytron Mirror Match Monkas. Shouldn't I have... When your opponent activates a spell card, will you control... Oh, a ritual machine. And he scoops. We're just winning. We're just winning. One more and we get to Plat 2. Why is everyone surrendering? Because I'm too good, clearly. I have no knowledge on the subject of emulation and piracy. I'm just gonna sit in the corner. No worries, Jirelli. Like I said, I didn't want to go too hard on it. It's kind of a, you know, it's one of those subjects that a lot of different people have a lot of different opinions, and I don't want to start like some fights in chat. It's fine. Believe what you want. It's all gravy with me. Did he go first and pass turn 1? What? Almost Plat 1, and then you can just play Trickstars and Ranked. Yeah, that's ideally what I want to do, is I want to hit Plat 1 and then just play meme decks. That's why I built Trytrons, is because I want to be able to just get to Plat 1 as quickly as possible every season and then just meme it up. We're gonna go Diviner. Yeah, don't want to cause a fight. And now how about them NFTs? I think NFTs are well and dead at this point, but I don't want to go on too much about them. Thank you, Diviner. I thank you for your sacrifice. So what you're telling me is the reason he passed is because he top decked every single one. He top decked every single one of his hand traps. Full hand traps, full hands. And we're gonna steal what? Oh, he's running virtual worlds. Even better. Yes, Cloud, you're very right. We'll be opening up the room after we rank up this one time. Random question. So me and my friends were having a debate. Can you consider games like Payday and COD strategy games because they involve teamwork? To an extent. I would call them like an action strategy games. Things like, you know, wow. Things like you said, I wouldn't say like COD. I wouldn't say COD. I would Payday does require you to like kind of forward think and plan stuff out and do things like that. Things like like Rainbow Six Siege, stuff like that. I would say more or less those are kind of strategy games. I wouldn't call like arena shooters like COD or Battlefield though. Did you hear that guy that bought the NFT for the first tweet for 2.9 million lost all his money since his NFT is only worth 10K now? Yikes. COD is an arcade shooter through and through. Map knowledge is about as deep as the strategy goes. Agreed. Like, I would even be like hard pressed with like Overwatch or something in terms of like those kind of shooters. Because like, yeah, you kind of have to strategize like, oh, your team has to go around here and flank and you have to use these characters. But it's... Yeah, that's like what I'm kind of going on about. It's like you have to draw the line somewhere, otherwise at some point every game is a strategy game if you have to think while playing it. It's like, would you call a Destiny or a World of Warcraft raid a strategy game? Oh, nice, Cloud. Overwatch always... What? What happened? Did it count that as a loss for me? Oh my god, why? It DC'd me? Every game is an RPG since there's always a role to play. If you level up in a game, including like going up in a ranking ladder, it's an RPG automatically. Just like the old saying goes, anything's... Nope, not reading that. Nope. What is going on with the connection today? You can't put Empire at War, Total War, Darkest Dungeon next to Payday and COD and say they're the same thing. Agreed. Come on. Thank you. What do I have? I don't have anything, basically. Granted, preparation of rites is actually only once per turn. Or isn't once per turn, so I could use both of those this turn. You can add one ritual monster, one ritual spell. Ooh, I don't know how that... One ritual monster from your deck. So if we go... We're gonna bring Meteonis Drytron. Then we're gonna use this to bring us... Do we go Ben 10? Yes. We're gonna do that. And he scoops. The moment he saw Ben 10, he scooped. I just want to hit plat 2 and then we will open the lobby. So if you said that any game you level up and it's an RPG, is Master Duel an RPG? I was kidding when I said that, just so you're aware. But yes, by that logic, Master Duel is an RPG. Oh, well, hello there, God Hands. Normal summon you. What do we want? Chaos Max? Do we go Chaos Max? Or do we go... You know what? No, we're gonna go Necroz. We're actually going to play Necroz and Drytrons this time. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? We're going to activate you, discard Ben 10 as always. Master Duel isn't an RPG, it's just RNG. And then we are going to go Classless. Activate Ben 10. Ben 10's going to bring us Diviner. Can't use Diviner, but it's fine. Classless is going to trade out for Kaleidoscope. Kaleidoscope is going to yeet Herald to then get you out. Herald is going to activate to bring us... What do we want? What do we want here? In this situation, what do we actually need? We need more Drytron monsters. But... yeah, we need more Drytron monsters. Hmm. 3, 6, 9. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. We can't get any more Drytrons, but we can do this. Special summon Trish by discarding these two. Oh wow, this is actually full combo, almost. If not for the fact that we didn't pull more than one Drytron, this would... this is pretty killer hands, if I do say so myself. We don't have any spellcasters yet, so she's not worth it. Uno is definitely a strategy game. Do we just go into IP for the lulz? Do we go into IP just to be safe? That is the question. Yes, we do. Yeah, we actually do. Because we can go into Underworld Goddess with this. We can go into Underworld Goddess on their turn with this. Okay. We got this. Jade, are you using Beatrice? No, maybe. I don't know. Mikuwu, thank you for the follow. No, we're actually not running Beatrice. I should probably change that. Ancient Warriors 3 visits. Calling a game strategy doesn't tilt me, but calling it an RTS is what it would if it wasn't would. In RTS, you mean like Fire Emblem? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I know what an RTS is. An RTS would refer to... You mean like Battle Network? No, like Age of Empires, Age of Mythologies, StarCraft. Oh, they negated IP's effect. Well, Ripperoo. You mean like Catan? World of Warcraft Frozen Throne? Need for Speed Hot Pursuit. Thank you, Agma. I don't know what Ancient Warriors are meant to do with this. They're... Oh, they're all... They don't use the extra deck almost at all, do they? They have one extra monster. Oh, great. So my Necros cards are almost worthless. Good to know. Or at least Unicorn is. Pokemon is my favorite RTS. Mm-hmm. Will this go through? Probably not. No. Ancient Warriors have a lot of effects that are trigger off of you playing cards. Uh-oh. There he is, Lu Feng. Because now he has the I have the high... No. He has the highest attack points now. It's fine. Do not pursue Lu Bu. So as long as I get a monster out with over 2,800 attack points, he literally joins my side, right? And he is an Omni-Negate, right? During the main phase, you can destroy one face-up monster your opponent controls. Okay. It's not a negate, it's a quick effect destruction. Oh, cool. 100 life points. Oh, let's just top deck that. Save our lives for a minute. We're going to discard you. We're going to bring us... If only I had another Drytron. If only I had another Drytron. If you had Borglar, you could have won. Really? You really think I could have won with Borglar? Oh? When when a spell trap card, you can send one face-up monster you control, negate the activation. Cool. What rank is Burger again? 6? Yeah. About to send your card back to your hand. That's fine. Add one Necroz spell. Collide. I need Cycle. If I add Cycle to my hands, I might be able to do something. No, I only have 3 stars here. Burger and Ben 10 rank into Beatrice. Beatrice dump into a Drytron into the grave. I mean, the effect still goes. What to do, what to do, what to do, what to do. And Tess is just destruction. We don't need destruction right now. I need card advantage. That's what I need right now. Cannot be destroyed by card effects. We got our card. We got it. There we are. All I needed. The boy. Not gonna lie, this person's a Chad for running pure Ancient Warriors. Okay, so which one of these is the, one of these, like, sends back to hand, right? Which one of these is that? The card. I think he would have died by now. One of these sends back to hand. That one. I can't target him. Cool. Oh, I can't destroy them either. It targets, though? Okay. Can't target this with card effects. Cannot destroy it, so he has to attack over it. And guess what? I have a quick effects now. Would you look at that? Why? How the turns have tabled. It's kind of based getting that in Royal. Let's see. Very nice. I mean, he puts a 29 on the board, and that's game, no? Cowboy for game. He just does something for a burn effect. That would be so lame if that actually happened. If he put a 29 on board, that's game? No, because Chaos Max can't be destroyed. He literally has to either... He either has to use non-targeting removal, that's non-targeting, non-destruction removal, or attack over me. Oh, he can attack over the other monster. That is true. Oh, that is true. Yeah, you're right. Lubu betraying. Oh! DDL bounce. DDL targets. Okay. Okay. I was scared for a second. What is he doing here? I'm not dead set on what he's doing here. I'm like terrified because literally I have 100 life points. He could do anything. He could. It's going to my side now, isn't it? This should be game, right? Just go battle phase and attack. I mean, I was gonna destroy his thingamajig though. Okay. Still got blown up. Okay. What? Wait, what? Alright. Weird. It won't let me sacrifice whatever you call it, but he misplayed. He needed to pull the 2300 and use this effect for attacking you with Lubu. Or Lufeng. No Alpha Tribute Ben 10. Still, I don't know if I should be terrified. I don't know if I should be scared or not even worried about it because I don't think they can do any. I don't think they can touch Chaos Max. That's my problem. Chaos Max is such a meme card. I hate that I'm doing this poor man. He's not understanding how the cards work. All their effects target or destroy. Very, very nice.
That's game.
Thank you, Jaden. That is game. Deep breaths. We got it. We got it, folks. We made it to Plat 2 for the first time. With Drytron Necroz, no less. Of all things. Not bad. We got quite a few pulls here. Look, we're gonna do a couple of pulls. And then we're gonna open up the lobby. What do we want to pull on? Not Endymion. I don't know if I even want to pull on Blue Eyes. It's like, I don't need anything from it. And that's just going to be a really expensive deck that I'll end up wanting to build because I'll get support for it. What do we need? Like, what do we want to build next? Because we got our Drytrons, Dragon Maids, Big Mac Drytrons, regular Herald Drytrons. Tri-Brigade. That's what we want to build next. Crusadia Kaijus, you need no TK deck. I need those. I need more of those. Give me Shurit or give me death. Prank Kids? Ooh, that's like a gateway drug to Adamantimators, though. Thank you for the bit, Stolen. 100 dragons. Fluffles. You know? You know? You know what? That is an archetype that I've wanted to build. How many URs are reasonably in Buster Blader? Like, how many URs realistically would I be looking at for a Buster Blader deck? I'd love to build Ice Jades, but they're not in the game yet.
Come with me if you want to live.
This is like weird Dogmatica. Who the hell are you? You are adorable. Red blossoms from under. Is this another hand trap that I'm not aware of? New branded support. Does any other VTuber run ABCXYZ? I don't know. Well, Whelp isn't. Regular Buster Blader isn't. Destruction Swordsman isn't. I mean, that's a UR, obviously, but like... Trap Tricks and SR. This whole deck is... I mean, I already have Nadir's. I don't have Dark Ruler. But, like, everything else here... I have one Defleur. Or I have one Floridus already. So that's not a problem. Fallen of Albaz. I already have all the Magician Souls. What are you planning to build? Tulogs runs everything, so... Huh. I don't... Yeah, even Buster Dragon is literally an SR. This is a surprisingly cheap deck. Aside from, like, all the regular support crap, but... Protector Whelp of the Destruction Swordsman. Buster's super cheap. I'm noticing... I want to see if there's, like, another deck list I can look at just to kind of get an idea of what everything runs. Despian... This is like a Despia build. Huh. Oh, good lord. What is this? I don't play Claw of Hermos for Black Dragon Sword. Yeah, that would be a goofy tech for damn sure. I think we're going to copy this. I think we're going to build this. I have the SR tickets, or at least I should. Because, like, I can get a... Like, all the SRs I can get. You can check Master Duel meta. Because, like, I have so much of this already. Let's see. Waiting for Brave Pumpkinjin and Soul Swords. Yeah. Let's take a look. So it's typically used in Dragon Link for the boss or interesting. Hmm. Okay. Sword Soul is so much fun. I have it in paper. And it's my 5th duel and 5th dice roll boss. You can swap retrain for normal Buster Blader if you want. I mean, I'm fine with running the retrain. Like, I literally have 1,000 SR tickets. We have the SR materials to buy this stuff. Red Blossoms of the Underroot, Dragon Buster, Destruction Sword. So realistically, like, I think we can drop this, right? This is just like a hand trap or something. Okay, I see. You don't need Fallen of Albaz if you go pure. Okay, so we can drop Fallen of Albaz. Where do we even get this? Just Master Pack, huh? Yep, just Master Pack. Okay, I think we're going to generate, because this will give us a free pack, because I think... Yeah, first time. Let's get one pull and just see what it gives us. Change Dark Jeweler for Droplet. Yeah, that's what we'll end up doing. Artillery Catapult Turtle. I love it. We'll do a couple pulls here and see what we get. If we get one of the URs we need, I'll be fine. Super Koi Koi. Oh? Silvio, thank you for the raid. Welcome, guys. It's a pleasure to have you. We're actually just about to open up the lobby for viewer duels, and it's open to anyone and everyone. We are going to take a quick BRB right before that, though. But it's a pleasure to have you guys. If you guys don't know who I am, I'm Jade Novanis. I play, Yu-Gi-Oh! Most of the time. We also, run into other games as well. It's all good. But how do we sign up, Jade? Once I open up the lobby, I'll tell you guys. We'll count down 3, 2, 1, and then I will open it. You just join by hitting ! join. And that's how we would join the lobby. But yeah, we're about to open it up. We will go on to a... Oh, we got the UR. What did we get? What did we get? And we got the Gaia. God damn it. Gaia, the Magical Knight of Dragons. Cool. Okay. Yeah. We'll open up the lobby in a little bit. I'm going to take a quick BRB just to fill up water and whatnot. But then I'll be right back and we will open the lobby. Just let me... Once we're done kind of putzing with this deck. All of these. You said any banned cards in your lobby? No. We are open for basically everything. Someone mentioned they were posting the deck list. Let me see. For Buster Blader. Wait, you run Blue Eyes cards in this? That's kind of cool. Only one. Okay, you know what? We're gonna start it from scratch. We're gonna start from scratch and build Buster Bladers before we open up the room. Skill drain is gonna be OP. So in the deck list I was looking at, why was it running Magician Souls at 3 for this? What Buster Blader cards? Okay, related cards. What Buster Blader cards can benefit from going to the grave? BB has a lot of spell and traps with graveyard effects. Send 1 destruction scores. You can banish this card from your graveyard. This turn, destruction sword cards you control cannot be destroyed by battle or card effects. You can only activate. Okay, I see you. Wiz should be a spellcaster. So obviously we're going to be running at least one of him, at least one of him, at least one of him. 3 whelps. Do you guys run Dragon Buster of Destruction? I'm assuming we're gonna need a couple of those. Only one. So long as it's not too expensive, you need 3 BBs. So what would you recommend? Two of the SR. Buster Dragon locks out extra deck when equipped. Oh, really? I played 2 retrain and 1 original. That's why Union Carrier is good. Good thing I have Union Carrier. So which of the spell and traps should I be running? Let me check further down in the list you sent me. Trap tricks. It looks like they run 3 of these. 1 of you. 2 of you. And 1 of you. Okay. And then we're gonna look at Trap Trick. Not Trick Stars. You run that as a 3 of. You're playing the Trap Trick version for consistency. That's fine. I assumed as much. So we're gonna need 3 of those, 2 of those. And then now we're gonna look at our staples. Obviously the called buys, that's a given. I kind of like the idea of using Magician Souls. I feel like the Magician Souls variant might actually be kind of useful. I also play Jester Confi. Souls is good. And it might just be my, I'm assuming the effect Veiler is for the souls. Because there's no other spellcasters in this. Locks you on 1 trap for the turn. I've seen many people forget that. Oh, gotcha. Okay. So is the countdown before or after your BRB? After the BRB, we kind of just got sidetracked setting this up. Typical of that. So we're gonna run triple pots because of course we are. And then your other SR build shenanigans. We got our back row removal. What? if you're running terraforming, what field spell are we using then? Is that the Blue Eyes field spell? Well, no, I have Mausoleum of Light. Oh, of course, it doesn't even show it here. No, cool. I hate how it doesn't like give you the all the relevant cards of wait. So what is this for? You can normal summon one light tuner in addition to your normal summoner set. Effect Veiler counts, and I'm assuming the reason why I hate that the related cards never works. It's for Whelp. Oh, I see. So I don't need Sage with Eyes of Blue. What is in this deck list? What is Sage doing for us? Would Reproductus work? I'm not sure. Not gonna lie, seeing you in 8-bit was a weird time. I believe it. And then obviously we're gonna need our link stuff, right? Yeah. Ooh, I'm gonna need needle fiber. Boom, boom. And you said something needed to be equipped. Would we then run Union Carrier then? Would that be a possible play, or would we recommend against that? Sage to pitch Whelp from field. Yes. Union Carrier. Yes, Union Carrier to equip the little monster and lock the extra deck. Gotcha. Where is my witch? My witch. There she is. Obviously, we need to access the code. Where's our Phoenix? Is that Link monster? Is that one of the Buster Blader Link monsters? Nice to see that DD Dynamite still isn't dead. Buster Dragon is also Union Carrier. Protector Whelp, that was it. Okay. Most TCG lists play it at 3. Nightmare Unicorn and Pegasus are staples in basically everything, huh? Yep. They're just generic link removal. That's all it is. That's why they're used in everything, because they can be used in everything. Now, do we buy needle fiber? That is the question. Well, the problem is we don't have the UR tickets to finish. Because we need at least Dragon Buster, and we're going to need at least Buster Blade or the Dragon Destroyer. Obviously, we can't get both. Where is my droplets? I'm going to run a cross out because I feel like... no. Once decked out an Exodia player with hand destruction. Hulk is so useful in so many decks, only gonna get better. Yeah. Nightmare Pegasus, he's in here. Or no, wait, Pegasus. Nightmare Pegasus. What? I made the mistake of trying to add back the 2 cards and I take out the counter. I always play Monster Reborn. Yeah, so do I for the most part. I'm just going off of this list, kind of. In before needle fiber bans. It's gonna happen. That's the only reason I refuse to get needle fiber is because I genuinely think he's gonna get banned at some point. There's no way he's not. You read Nightmare P as Pegasus? So I'm just memeing. Oh, fair. I'm like... I was so confused. Phoenix, yeah. It's like, there's not a Nightmare Phoenix. Or there's not a Nightmare Pegasus. It's never gonna happen if Verte isn't banned and TCG Hulk is sticking around. So what can we use as our last 2? What reasonably could be used as our last 2 cards in the deck here? May Sanchez, never forget. Crossout? I mean, I have 1 copy of Crossout. Tenyi's level 1. DNA surgery. Someone mentioned, like, a goofy tech earlier. Crap. What was it? Someone mentioned... Asuna? Tenyi Asuna. If you control no effect monsters, you can special summon this from your hand. If you control a face-up non-effect monster, you can banish this card from the hand to graveyard. I see. So we can run it at 2. I feel like we can run it at 2 and it's fine. Not that one, Adhara. Oh, this one. It's for the level 1 tuner. I see. I see. Okay. Okay. I'm seeing. I'm piecing together the puzzle. I see. All right. So we're just gonna need more UR mats. That's what it's gonna come down to. I don't think we have any extra URs floating around. Oh yeah, we do. We got you. You got mail. Have a lot of tuners, I see. Because, like, we could get this deck into a playable state, like, today. We could get this into a playable state today, and I could use it and just test it out. So I think that's what we'll do. You know what? We're gonna do that. It's probably not gonna be very good, but we can get it playable. Just gonna go ahead and buy every card now. You need 1k more for the Aura. I can't be giving those out for free too often now. No gems for packs. I sort of spent 2k as a whole. Yeah, I don't have enough gems for right now. And I've already basically used up all the gems that I could get from the event, so... It's fine. The only thing we're going to be missing is Protector Whelp. Unless I can find some other UR to dismantle. The only thing I could
One of
reasonably
us was using his
dismantle...
brain today, and I'm not talking about you!
Thank you, Kaiba. Like, we could reasonably get away with one in tests. Like, or getting rid of A in tests. Otherwise, all of our other... I could get rid of this as well. I don't use Dragon Ravine in anything. I don't use Dragon Ravine in anything. I don't use... Honestly, I could probably get rid of Secret Password because there was an auto-redeem. I see. We'll wait. We'll wait. I'm sure we're gonna get random URs that we're never gonna need ever again, so we'll wait. Dismantle Ash Blossom, it's useless. Just let me get right on that. Or we can get our UR here from the free pack. That works too. Ara is gonna hit different with the Yor costume. Ada. Trains! We got ourselves a train. It doesn't hit that different. Well, we got one of the URs we need. Which one was it again? It was... you. It ain't breaking no ice. I see. Why are we using Psyframe Lord Omega? Why do I have that? I don't even use that hand trap in anything. I think we can honestly get rid of that. We can honestly get rid of a single in tests. Or we can honestly get rid of one of our Medionis Draconids. I played Berserker Soul and your Super Heavy Sams. I don't want to get rid of a good level 8 synchro. But I don't play synchro decks. That's the problem. Like, honestly, if I really wanted to, I could yeet all three of these. I don't use them in anything. But I won't. Your Aro is so powerful it made me lag. A good level 8 synchro, Whirl Savage. Scrap White Aura Behemoth. This one? Actually, you're right. I don't use him in anything. Doesn't use synchro decks when there's a synchro event going around. I mean, you're right. I still don't play synchro. I mean... What does he even do? You can... he's a removal card, just like Stardust and stuff. Some of the Stardust cards. Dismantle one Sheo. Don't make me do that. Don't make me do that. But you're right. I could get away with dismantling a Sheo. I could. No, you never need 3 Sheos. You actually never actually need 3 Sheos. Like, even in my... Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? In my Pure Dragon Maid deck, you don't need 3 Sheos. You need 3 houses, but 3 Sheos... It's very rare you even have to go into a second Sheo. Beached whale. Thanks. I just dismantled a Sheo, yeah. Yeah. And it physically hurt. It's fine. Okay. Alrighty. You could have scrapped Dragon Ravine. Yeah, you're right. I could have. It's fine. And Draconids had a spare one of the Sturgill. Do you need 3 Elder in Tess? Yeah, that's... You know, there's a lot of cards in there that I think I probably could have gotten rid of. Threat level. Thank you for the follow. Selling out. Don't worry about it. It's Drytron Heralds. That's why it's called Selling Out. I don't use that one very often. I actually find it, I'm actually kind of loving the Drytron Necros list. I didn't think I would have as much fun with this as I am. I'm really... I guess you could say I'm really feeling it. Me dismantling Sheo. Be gone, wench. I just don't want... Question, if I can't get into Sheo turn 1, would it be more optimal to go into Spheres or House Spheres?
I'm really feeling it!
Unless you can get House and a bunch of other dragons, which in that case you could just get Sheo. Go Spheres. Megalith Drytron is a blast. I'm loving this Necros Drytron. I think we might just be playing that a lot tonight just because it's super fun. It's kind of less consistent than regular pure Drytrons, but when it pops off, it's very fun. Alright. I'm doing pretty good, Infector. How's your night? Dry next. Necros of... We're just delaying opening the room as much as we can. I don't know why I didn't think of this name, because like literally all of the Necros cards are just named Necros of whatever. I don't know why I never thought of that name. Nectron. Alright, so we're going to open up the room, then I'm going to take my BRB, so I'll just open up the room, let you guys kind of, you know, start the queue and everything. Okay. We got that. That there is the lobby number. Just to give you guys the rundown, you guys are totally open and free to join the lobby and just duel each other. No skin off my back at all. If you want to duel me, that's what the queue is for. You can join the queue with !join once Omvi starts it. Looks like Omvi already swapped out the commands. Thank you again, Omvi. Looks like lobby is open. !join to get in there. I'll try to make it through as many people as I can tonight. We'll be streaming for like another 3.5 hours or so, or more, depends on how I feel. But I'm gonna take a quick BRB, and then just grab some water, all that jazz. Shouldn't take very long at all. I'll be right back after this, and we'll get going with this queue. And I'm back. With some changed hair, but it's fine. I hope Jade enjoys Buster Blader. Remember, list is inspired by my deck list. Oh yeah. Let's see. What did I miss? What did I miss? The room number is wrong. Try replacing 2 with a 4. Room number's right here. 847188. Okay, we fixed it. Alrighty. No worries, OMV. OMV got the room number wrong. Alright. Who are we dueling today? Sheo's first. I almost forgot. We're gonna try... I still want to learn Necros of Drytrot. I want to learn this. There's a Q skip. Yes, I'm aware. Sheo's thighs. Where for art thou? Table 5. Jade, check the art sub. Why do I feel like I'm about to be immensely disappointed? Oh, that Huntail one is really good. The Tau one is too. Oh my god, what a... I love that Anya art of Ren. Why? Why did you put so much effort into that? That's amazing. Please don't brick. Energy matches so well. It does, doesn't it? You're all good, Cloud. Oh, I just noticed. Vicious, have a great night. I'm gonna save my skip for whenever the queue is insane, like in the 40th in line. Alright. Alright. What exactly can we do here? Brio can swap out into Colossalus. Colossalus can give us another thingy. However, that doesn't really help. Stolen! Thank you for the sub. Thank you, thank you. Random question. Do you show replays? Very, very rarely. We do have a place for them in the Discord. If you'd like to join that and show that, I do check those every night just to see what interesting duels are going on. But I don't usually show them on Stream Wolf. Oh, what is this? Dragon Maid Dogmatica? How does one skip queue? There is a redeem in the channel points that works just like that. It's set to, it like cools down, I think, once every hour. And then whoever is the first to get that every hour then can skip the line. We got Maximus and Ecclesia on board. Thank you. Thank you, Sheo. We're gonna destroy spheres before it becomes a problem. How do you join the queue? Exclamation point join will join you in the queue. I'll try to make it through the queue as quickly as I can. I know like the first 10 or so people in it are people left over from last stream. So a lot of them typically don't show up again this early. They're normally like the late night phase of people. wish I can show you my gym night and it's not the OTK one. Oh, I'd love to see that. But yeah, I'll try to make it through the list as quickly as I can. A lot of times, the early half, a lot of people aren't there. And then by the time we can make it to the second half, a lot of people also aren't there because they don't like waiting so long. So I'll try to make it through people as quickly as I can. Noted. In tests on my hate list. Cool. I love playing against Dogmatica with my Drytrons because they just give me card advantage for playing. Oh, what is he? What is you? Gains attack equal. If this card is in the graveyard because it was sent there this turn, you can add to your hand or special summon one Dogmatica or Fallen of Albaz from your deck. You can only use this. Oh, interesting. So it brings out another Ecclesia for an Xyz play. Thank you, Fanatsu. Okay, Brio is going to trade out. Oh? What's happening? What are you doing? Oh, I saw something. In the end phase, it gives them a Dogmatica. Okay. Oh, shit, all Schism. During the end phase, you infuse someone doll. Cannot attack directly, and then... Don't tell me this is gonna go into Winda. No worries, Wolfman. Have a great night. Of course, this goes into Winda. Winda. Woo! Love Winda. Welcome back, Game Shades. Monster cards that I'm surprised to learn are the same person. Shadal, Fluerdist, and Iris Soul Sorrow. Or Sword Soul. Yep. And her sword is actually... Iris's sword is actually, the boss monster for Ice Jade. They're like the main girl for Ice Jades, apparently. Because apparently that fits into the lore too. Whenever an Ice Jade dies, they become a Sword Soul Sword. Can be destroyed by card effects, damn. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and send you then. Herald is going to search us out another ritual card. Get us Classless. Yeah, we're gonna get us Classless. We'll try to get through it as much as we can. Netcoded. To the main phase, you can fusion summon one. I need to know what this does. Then you can fusion. Then you send to the graveyard one monster your opponent controls. Okay. Okay. So we're gonna Classless, kick her for a Kaleidoscope. Fleur-de-Lis becomes Iris Soul Sword in the spell Ice Jade Cradle. this, we should be able to get Trishul out. Come on. You have a hand trap. Fleur-de-Lis armor is the Dogmatica ritual monster. Really? That I didn't know. Are you thinking of playing any Despia or Shaddolls? I don't think I'm gonna be playing Shaddolls. I don't think so anyway. Ben 10 procs. Dogmatica Shaddolls, huh? Sure seems that way. This is Dogmatica Shaddol Dragon Mate, actually. Game Shades. It's funny to me because Crusade, Holy Order to Eastern Warrior is such a theme whiplash. Get out of here, Winda. Nobody likes you. Dragon Maid Dog and Dolls. It's funny to Ecclesia Winda Chamber. Oh? Florists. AKA waifu stuff. Oh, cool. The big negate. That's nice. However, battle phase still exists. And now I should be able to special summon again. Yep. If only I had what's-her-face. I need to change that. I need Dante. Or not Dante. What's-her-face? Necros of Trishula. Activate the effects. Beatrice. Yeah. Thank you, Eamon. I don't have any... I didn't draw into any of my Drytron stuff. It's a bad. It's a bad. The Master Guide 5 lore is massive. No search. No card advantage. No search. No... Not letting Dragon Maid spiral out of control. I know all too well how strong they can be. Alright, Tao. Have a great night. It was a pleasure seeing you today during the meetup. Okay. Alright, what are you gonna do, Sheo? What are you gonna do? Also, Sheo, can I get that deck list? Oh, it finally happens. Mage, you have 10,000 hands. Yeah. Give me big boy. We got that. We are going into main phase 2. We are going to Thauben, Ben 10, Search, Chaos Max, Ben 10, Herald, Tritronus. That girl, waifu queen here. Let's go. And then we are going to special summon you by discarding you. Yes, she's running goddess. That's the first time I've ever summoned her. There you go. Come back and it's just Drytrons doing Drytron things. It was Necros. It was a full Necros list. Welcome, welcome, Raiders. Thank you, Duel Logs. Thank you yet again. Welcome, welcome, guys. How is everyone? Oh, thank you, guys. Just so you guys get to know me, if you don't know, I'm Jade Novanus, Mage Girl VTuber. I'm also cosplaying Yor from Spy Family tonight. We play lots of Yu-Gi-Oh! It's a pleasure to have you guys here. We also play other games too, but Yu-Gi-Oh! Is like the main one. Welcome, guys. Welcome. It's a pleasure to have you guys here tonight. I hope you guys have at least a little bit of fun tonight. Cat Fistness, thank you for the follow. Quiz, thank you for the follow. Dragonheart, Flazar Greygar, fantastic games. Love Battle Network 6. That CM guy, Nagak, Vigelin, Chris Blair, thank you all for the follows, guys. Switch on Gaming. Hope the games are going great. I'm learning a new, it's a Drytron Necros deck list, and this thing is hilarious. I love Drytron Necros. Chaos, there was apparently a, Ada redeem. Yeah, it's specifically Drytron Necros. You're the spy multiplied by family. The spy multiplied by the family. I mean, this is game, actually. I don't know why I just did that. We get the destruction. Dig up, Severing of Sanity. Thank you for the follow as well, guys. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Necros is fun. It really is. Necros
Really
because Jade really liked Chinlock. Like Hunter x Hunter. Hunter EX Hunter.
That's game.
Thank you, Jaden. I appreciate that. That is in fact game. Look at all this love from a fellow he's not a VTuber though. I don't know why you guys keep saying that he is, because it's like, you know, totally not true. Degup, thank you for the follow. Yeah, you tell him. Alrighty. He's a VTuber in denial? I mean, you have to kind of choose to be a VTuber, right? So if he chooses not to be, then he isn't. Stolen, or if you're here, it's your turn. Hold up, if your cosplaying is why aren't you playing oh my god, you're right. It's funny. You want to know what's funny? I actually run spirals. He's got you there. Well, guess what? We're gonna do it. He commissioned a model, so he kind of did choose. I mean, unless he says that he is, he's not. You're so right. I can't believe. Where are you at? I'll be in table 4, Stolen. Yor isn't a spy. She's an assassin, though. I know, but, like, you know, she's married to one, so it's close enough. I don't have any assassin. I don't have an assassin deck. But her husband is, and almost all the spirals are dudes. Alrighty. Is the duel room open for anybody? Yes, it is. You guys are free to join it. All that good jazz. The queue is open to anyone as well. If you want to duel me specifically, we are going through the queue. Otherwise, anyone who's in the lobby, you are free to duel whoever you want. But the most important part is Spirals is not. Oh, this is a dead hand. Yeah, this is a real bad hand. Hey, actually, I might be able to do something with this. Oh, hello. Oh, we're not giving you password. Monster. Monstacado. Ready for a weird deck? Sure. What's the room ID? Exclamation point room. We'll give that to you. This is a dead hand. We'll proceed to end with 3 negates and a master plan on board. I mean, maybe. No, no. This is about where it ends. I don't know how else to get... Unless I get real lucky with the top deck from getting rid of Spiral Resort, but I don't want to get rid of Resort. Send Resort? Yeah, that's like the only play I have here. And we got it. We top decked the one card we needed. Would you look at that? We are going that one there. We hearted the carded that so hard. No reason not to be honest. Resort doesn't do anything if draw isn't good anyway. Fair. And would you look at that? We got another Spiral Resort. Bring me you. You could say it's all going according to plan. Mm-hmm. We don't really need this, actually. We just needed him. We just need to yeet him to the grave so we can get the discard effect. We are going to send for barricade. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. We're going the... You know what's really stupid? Because of that lucky draw, I think we are going to be able to go for full board. Or very close. Plan means Keikaku, yeah.
Come with me if you want to live.
Spiral goes burr, huh? Only a little bit. Every now and again. Sometimes, maybe. Erica Borg. +7, now this guy needs a Nibiru. The problem is, even if you Nibiru'd me right now, I can get back from this. I have enough card advantage at this point that I could come back from a Nibiru. You have it in the deck, but going with that. Too bad we had to waste the Magician Souls early, otherwise we could have discarded quite a bit, but we're fine. Trigate there. Bring us more. I'm having a blast, says Stolen. Aren't we all? Aren't we all? How many spiral cards do we have in grave? Master Plan is... We could get some value out of Master Plan at this point, but the rest of this is dead, so that means we are going to get rid of you, you, and you. This is why you run triple Nibiru. There's something here I can do right here. It's just go first, forehead. Once returned, you can target one card, banish it. Nope, don't need to do that yet. I don't have another discard, so I'm not going to be able to get rid of this. I don't think. If I was going second, I could. I don't think I can keep going any longer. Target one card in the field, shuffle into the deck. I could do that. It's not great. Because realistically, we need one more monster. Because I want Apollo, and I need Nightmare Phoenix. Turn one access code never fails. I know not what to do in this situation. This is a bad situation. Oh, I really don't want to have to do that, but we have to. It's gonna leave us on kind of a bad spot because we're not gonna have the Apollo, but we're gonna have the destruction effect, and we're gonna have an Omni Negate on board, and we have the hand traps. I think we're fine. I think we're fine. I think we're fine. Stratomega and Stylaxarus, thank you for the follow. Stolen, bad situation in quotations. I do not see IP, Jade. When do we use IP? Beware! This is the board from a bad hand. This is a bad hand. Jade didn't summon IP? What do you mean? Never IP. What is this? Discard one card, special summon when you kill, or... We're just gonna Omni negate that. I almost never IP in spirals. It's very rare when that happens. We're just chaining everything at this point, aren't we? Masquerena is adorable. Agreed. Penguin deck. Who are you playing with a penguin deck? I wish I could play the game. You IP because waifu. You know what? You're right. Monkey flipping your entire board. Never, Game Shades. Never. Avramax pass is best. Lingaribo. Are you still gonna be able to do anything with this? Is the question. If this card is special summon, okay. You can do that. Agent Torius, thank you for the follow. Dion Keto is so powerful she had to be nerfed for TCG. Jade's so cocky she's not even using... I kind of forgot I even have the Max C. Even if they get to Baguska, it doesn't matter because they're links anyway. Alright. Opponent's kind of mind blown every time I summon Goddess with IP. Sleeper is not a link. I mean, yeah, you're right. Stolen. There's nothing you can do. Yu-Gi-Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, this is why I don't play Spirals very often. Because I love Spirals. Spirals is like one of my favorites. However, it's not very entertaining. Just because it kind of just sets up unplayable boards. Art submissions, right? Oh, very nice. Oh, wow. Carlia, that is an amazing art piece. I'll have to showcase that during the art segment. Would love to see Necros. Alright. Welcome to the chat, Highest. Then why did you play it against me? Because someone asked. Someone brought it up. They were like, you're cosplaying Yor. Why aren't you playing the spy deck? Spiral bricks out a lot, and 1 to 8 isn't a ton, like Advanced Predator or Drytron Vomit boards to play through. Yeah, agreed. I mean, like I said, that was a kind of a bad hand. I got really lucky with that one draw off of Magician Souls. That's the only thing that saved me there. But GG's regardless, Stolen. Next up is With Intent. Are you still here? What a long list. Like I said, I'll try to get through as much of it as I can. A lot of the early ones are still leftovers from last Yu-Gi-Oh stream, so not all of them necessarily will be here, but we'll try to get to as many as we can. I lost to penguins. Not enough people are playing Droll. I do actually run 2 Drolls in a couple of my deck lists. Intent. That is Ochel. Honestly, with the line, I can learn the Marine Cess deck I created 10 seconds ago. I also want to play my Buster Bladers. Like, we literally just built Buster Bladers, and I need to learn how to play it. Why play Droll when it messes with Max C? That's kind of the thing, isn't it? That actually explains a lot why people don't run Max or don't run Droll more. Is because it does stop both players from drawing. Ooh, what's the play here? We're looking at Diviner. Polar Tundra, thank you for the follow. Use Buster Blader against me. Actually, I may build Trick Stars. Trick Stars are really good. I have my Trick Stars all built up. I kind of need to redo the deck list again. I feel like I do that all the time, but... We have Unicorn. And we have Meteonis. And we have Nova. Ben 10. Always Ben 10. I have all the cards I rolled for Trick Stars. Okay. We were just speaking about Troll, and now we got Troll. That's fine. Ooh, I don't want to tribute Ben 10 this early then. Speak the devil and he shall appear. Ren 10. Oh god. And I forgot we're not running what's her face in this deck list. Nope. I still need to change that. Ben 10 is offline. I mean, I could still go into Ben... If I was running what's her face, I'd still go into Ben 10 and do stuff, but... Ben 10, the plumber guy? Well, not a whole lot else we can do now, is there? Link Haribo Pass. No worries, Intense. Oh, wrong devil, sorry. Aw, we talked about Beatrice. I completely forgot to add her again. I'll do that right after this. Minamoto, thank you for the follow. I have too many decks, you're running out of space. I'm starting to get that way too. I have like 4 different versions of Drytron. I have my Dragon Maids, I have Spirals, I have Necroz Dogmatica, I have Live Twins Unchained. And then I have like Trick Stars and a couple other just smaller deck lists as well. Ben 10 only becomes a plumber in the second spin-off, not the original, so does it even count? I didn't even know there was a second spin-off. Unchained, nice. Yeah, Unchaineds are really nice. I really like the Unchained engine. I kind of wish I could splash it into more things, but outside of Live Twins, I'm not super sure what else they work with. I've been playing Unchained this season, been loving them. They're really fun. Uh-oh. Take a rain check? Okay, no worries. No worries, Intense. If you hit me up during a future stream, or, you know, later in the night when your internet's clear, I can squeeze you in somewhere. It's lagging bad. Fair. Link Karibo to a P. No, no, no. It was an internet issue on their end. It's fine. Us? Stolen LMAO? No, no, we already dueled. I would love if I typed next correctly. Ezekiel, you're up next. The Unchained. Hey, I need to throw Beatrice in. I can't forget. I can't forget for like the 6th time tonight. But yeah, so for anyone who's in the lobby waiting to duel me, this is your general selection of what, you're free to choose what deck I use against you. We have the Buster Blader, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 different versions of Drytron. We got Hungry Burger Turbo, we got Drytron Heralds, we got Necros Drytrons, and we have just pure Drytrons. Otherwise, we got Trickstars, we have Live Twins Unchained, we have Spirals, Dragon Maids, Buster Bladers, and then Necros Dogmatica. However, for this one, well, I paid to move up the queue, so I can just use the next time. I see. Yeah, we can go again. Stolen then, if you did the queue redeem. What are you most confident with? Dragon Maids and Spirals. What are we gonna drop? What are we gonna drop? IP? No. Zoos? IP Zoos? Maybe Nightingale. Never drop IP. We'll do that. And then Beatrice. Alright. Because the Beatrice is necessary for that play like we had there. We would have been able to extend a whole lot with that droll. Third Herald really necessary? It can be. Beatrice fixes so many Drytron hands. Xbox CEO. Phil Spencer is in the chat, guys. Right, definitely. Alright. So, Stolen, since you did the Q redeem, I am waiting for you in table 2. Good old Phil McCracken. You're 300 points away from requesting a deck. If you do that redeem, that'll just force me to use whatever deck you choose for the next like 3 duels. Is normally the go-to. Delicious MD, thank you for the follow.
Let's rev it up!
Thank you, Yusei. Let's indeed rev it up. Let's see, what is Stolen running? Penguins? Penguins. Normal summon penguin pass. Let's see. I mean, we have to go for... It's gonna be the Beatrice play. Welcome to the chat, Oni girly. Actually playing Fluffles or just penguins? What a move! During the main phase, you can special summon one Fluffle from your hand, except Fluffle Penguin. Do we take the Maxi Challenge? We're taking the Maxi Challenge. We're turn 2ing full power Drytrons with an almost empty board. We're doing this. Yeah, we're going Ben 10, so we can go for Beatrice, which means we can go for more, what do you call it, plays. Doing that. Don't forget Gamma can bring back the target attributes. Gamma can, not Zeta. Double rank 1, easy move beta, yeah. We're gonna detach you. Yeah, but we need the rituals. We need the ritual search more at the moment. That and with this ritual search, we can do this. Add that to hands. Ritual search, get us, let's say, Chaos Max. We don't actually have a cop tech. You're actually right. Especially after 5Ds, which is kind of weird. We're gonna tribute Chaos Max. I'm honestly hoping for beat cop support. Oh? What is this? Okay. Fusion summon a Fright Fur. Cruel Whale. What does this do? This card is fusion summon. You destroy one card on both players' fields once per turn. You can target one fusion monster you control. Send the Fright Fur card from the deck to the extra deck. And if you do, the targeted monster gains. Okay. Which one do we need? We already got Kaleidoscope, but we can honestly go, what do you call it? Mirror. Not the FNAF fusions. Oh, they're gonna VFD, I think. Alright. What is going on? I didn't need Beatrice anymore. Beatrice is dead to me already. It would have helped the next turn, but it wouldn't have done a whole lot. It would have been... Beatrice after that point was too slow. We are now going into Mu Beta. Fluffles get lots of card advantage. That I am aware of. Was hoping for Who to send to grave? Who to send to grave? Who to send to grave? Ooh, that is the question. It's gonna be you. Because now we can use this. This is how spirals feel. Is it? There's that boy. Yes, Anata, we did. The continuously fantastic dual logs rated us. Special summon you. Now, is Moo Beta once per turn? Is it a hard once per turn, or is it a... It's not a hard once per turn. Oh, it is? When you first summon... It is hard. Okay. Okay. Not a problem. Well, the grave effect is... I just wanted it for another, what do you call it, anyway. That's fine. I don't need the grave effect. I just wanted more fusion or ritual material stuff. That, and it's also a spell and trap negate as well. Well, it's a spell and trap negate when I have any other ritual monster on the field. Effect to detach is once per turn. Regardless of what happens, I don't know if Fluffles can get over Chaos Max. I don't know if they can. Granted, I don't know well enough. I don't know... A Nodder, he's not a VTuber though. Add one Edge Imp. Kraken can, but I don't know them that well. They can kill you over the XEs though? Really? I think a card like Chaos Max is the difference between a casual and a rogue deck. Can it get over Chaos Max? What is... Huh. You get so many fusions off from all that card advantage. Madolche never has to worry about chaos. To be fair, Dragon Maids... I have a pretty decent time getting over it with Dragon Maids. It's not bad. Also pretty sure they have a shuffle effect. Not sure if they can remove Max though. I'm not sure if it targets or not, yeah. With the right cards, they can just set up to beat over Chaos Max. Ooh, that's not good. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know if you know. Yeah, Dragon Mage just beat over Chaos Monster and Sync. No more black hair. I wanted to swap back to the original just because it's on brand, whatever you want to call it, but we'll see. Oh wow, look at that. It's GG's. GG's. Look, and it's even got all the Golden Lord. Yes, but Chaos Max is a big enough idiot to last. Oh great, VFT. Just what everyone wanted. I'm starting to think I was,
That's game.
I'm starting to think it was a good thing I shut you down entirely with spirals, so that way you couldn't play the game earlier.
One of us was using his brain today, and I'm not
I'm
talking
not
about you.
GG's. Alrighty. Where's the list at? Ezekiel, were you here? We're still waiting on Ezekiel. I haven't seen them though. Next. If no Ezekiel, the next up is Redneck. Are you here? Reese? I don't think I've seen them either. Unless you speak up in chat, I'm going to start going through some of these early ones fast just because I know a lot of these are leftovers. Jirelli. I do know Jirelli is here. I think. I'm at table 4. Gotcha. On my way. Remember, like I said, if you guys want a specific deck, just say it before I get to your turn, and we'll be all good, and I can use whichever one of my decks that you want. Reese is here. Oh, gotcha. I'll get you right after this one then. Reese. No worries, I'll get you right after this one. Skip me, I'm going to bed soon. No worries, Blitz. Or Blizz. I'm gonna dual synchro just in case my laptop dies. Alright. Foolish. Oh, Plunder Patrol. The Plunder Patrol Sea Guide. We only got literally the perfect. This is the actual perfect opening Drytron hand. We got absolutely no Necroz stuff here, but this is the perfect opening Drytron hand. The only thing that would make this better is Drytron Nova. Just watch us top deck that. Alright. I know a lot of the Plunder Patrol stuff activates on... This is a quick effect. If this is equipped with Plunder Patrol card, target one effect monster your opponent controls. Banish it. Awesome! Alrighty. We are going to add... You know what? We're gonna go for the meme play early. Schrodinger's Necroz traps. We're gonna go for the meme play early. Wait, it can't be destroyed? Interesting. Okay. That I did not know. Okay. We're going to add ourselves mirror. Oh. There's the banishment effect. That's fine. Tribute you. No worry, Latios. Have a great night. Quick effect. Special summon a Plunder Patrol monster from the extra deck. Quadrantis. Quadrantis is gonna proc. Like, what would it? You only use each of the following effects once per turn if the total levels of the monster. Total misplay. I forgot it has to be two. It has to be two regular Drytrons to get the board wipe effect. I can't use the big Drytron to summon it. It has to be it has to be two small ones. And the one of them was banished, yeah. Luckily that's the one I don't need. Since we already got one of our Medionuses in play, but still, it's still gonna hurt. Memer Pain, thank you for the follow. They had protection anyway. There goes Quadrantis. All right. What happened, Agma? Oh, this is a game. Cool. Yep, gotta love that misplay. Welcome to the chat, Memer. How's your night? You're just tired. I feel like this game was winnable. Yeah, it was. Like I said, I misplayed like crazy. I forgot the Quadrantis, like, effect requirement is what ruined it. Alrighty. Redneck, you're up next. I'm in table 4. You're table 8. I'll come down to you. Sulfa chords, very nice. I kind of I want to build them. I just keep getting sidetracked with other decks. Ring, thank you for the follow. The posture check redeem has a per stream limit. I think per person. I think I might have a cooldown for like an hour or two. And then, like I said, it might just be on cooldown. Ooh, this is a bad opening hands. Cycle. The only thing we can do here is literally that for that. Oh, the room ID is wrong. Here, let me fix that. Let's see. One of the room IDs. Yeah, that one. Control V. There you go. Now the commands should all be correct. What is this gonna do? This is gonna ritual summon tribute monsters from your hand or field, then ritual summon one from your hand or graveyard. He doubles exactly. It's literally a waste in turn. Dead hand. Alrighty, let's see what you do. Yes, the posture check I just checked is limited to 5 per stream, once per user. It is currently on cooldown. I just reset it though. It should be usable again. Let's see. Are they? Because I built Endymion thinking it'd be a cheap pen deck. Endymion's the most expensive pen deck. Assuming you know about Silvercord, you got any tips? Very, very little. I want to build them. I don't know a whole lot about them. Chicken game, of course it is. Oh, this is Exodia, isn't it? This is Exodia, or this is like slash FTK or something. You spent way too much UR on. It sounds like it. Exodia on the first turn is an FTK. Discard a card from your hands. That, I guess. Recently completely dismantled Endymion, built 2 decks for it. Jeez. Alright, Agma, have a great night. That prismatic Dark World dealings. I guess we'll discard Gamma. Yeah, this... Yeah, this is definitely Exodia. The outs are Necroz and Droll. Guess what? I don't have either right now. Sulfur is kind of expensive from what I looked at. Because it uses all pendulum decks are expensive because all pendulum decks require like the same core extra deck and a lot of the same core setup cards. It's not Exodia, they just need a lot of cards for their Axe Raider setup. I mean, this won't be an FTK because I went first, but it'll be an OTK. Yeah, there's no way this is an Exodia at this point. Hey, don't laugh. Axe Raider OTK is pretty scary. Oh wow, there it is. Mm-hmm. That's the first time I've ever been Exodia. Congratulations. That is the first time in all of Master Duel I've ever been actually killed with Exodia. GG's. We already did Jirelli. Gran, you're up next. Thank you, Stolen. Thank you, Dio. I appreciate that. I feel honored. Jeez. On Exodia decks, you forfeit. You don't give them the enjoyment. Alright. This opening hand is pretty alright. Not great. Opening 2 of my normal summon starters is not good. Oh god, this is Witchcrafters. If my first duel was Exodia, I'd be fascinated with the game. Because it just shows, like, what some of the cards, what their potential of actually, like, the meshing of so many different cards from so many different archetypes and how they work together. Whoam, thank you for the follow. Wow. You really just top decked Madame Veer? Oh, you've lost. Great. They resolved grass. 99% chance of winning now. Yeah, I believe it. They're probably running that one field spell too that keeps me from being able to play the game. Collaboration, left arm offering, creation, buy street. I don't see it. If they are running that field spell, Village of Spellcasters, yeah. Yeah, because Village of Spellcasters completely shuts down Drytron. If you guys want to know the absolute most... coming from a Drytron player, if you want to know the single most broken way to stop a Drytron player, that. Even skill drain, stuff like that. Nothing even comes close to Village. IO will do it too, to an extent, because then we can't, Jade is nice, don't bully. Works really well against Sky Strikers also. Yeah, 'cause Sky Strikers is just spell.det. Do I Harpy for this? We are going to normal summon Diviner. Thank you. We're gonna go ahead and yeet that. Oh? I didn't realize she was a quick effect negate. She's a very cute design, though. Very, very cute. What are you? You can discard one spell, target one face up they control, destroy it. Awesome. This just keeps getting better. Most decks lose to hand traps. That's why people run call by and cross out. Yeah, that's exactly why I always run 2 called by, 1 cross out in almost everything. I'm gonna go mirror. Or rip Drytron tonight. I know, right? Luckily, we can get Unicorn out. She's gonna destroy Unicorn, though, right now. Is this Ursai traditional? A lot of these are all over the place. Let's see. That one was, yes, Irokurosai from Horimiya. Do we go Ben 10? No. We have to go even further beyond. We're gonna add that back to hands. Rio is gonna search for Trishula. Yeah, that's what we're gonna have to do. She's gonna destroy Trishula, but yeah, they're control deck ignorant. That's basically the summary of it. Their whole shtick is to keep you from doing anything. I can only activate once per turn, huh? Not a whole lot I can do here. You guys are gonna make me break out the Drytron Heralds. If I get hammered when I play Sulfur Chords, I'll just start over and make DD Dynamite. You and me both, Kuna. I want Soul Swords so bad. Oh, do it. I'd love a mirror. How close am I to you on the list? Ignorant, ignorant, ignorant. We should be able to get to you tonight. Hold up, I'm lost. Soul Sword is out for Master Duel. We only have one Soul Sword card. The rest of the archetype is not in the game yet. They gave us Iris. That's the only card in Soul Swords they gave us. Only Iris, which isn't even a Soul Sword. I mean, if you guys saw the tier list video that me and the gang put together on one of our streams like a month ago now, jeez. Iris was very high on that list. I was solo gate for Dogmaticas, Brigands, and Albaz. And Ice Jades. Ice Jades are in there as well. Ice Jades are a part of that story. Turn one monster your opponent controls or one witchcraft or spell or trap card in the graveyard. Special summon this card to the hand, and if you do, return the target to the hand. Alright. You wanted to make Witchcrafter with grass, but it feels more consistent at 40. It depends. What new deck did they reveal yesterday? I'm not aware. Alright, Grand GG's. You know what? Considering what everyone else is doing tonight. There's a new tribute you field spell? Field card? What do you mean? Oh, you can tribute your field spell. Weird. Wesker, you're up next. It's a new Nibiru effect. Ooh. Wesker, are you here? I don't... Albert. If not, we will continue. I don't see you. I haven't seen you in chat either. Next up, Draco Caleb. Are you here? I also haven't seen them. Draco is here. Okay. I'm in table 4, Draco. Really, with all the Dogmaticus, Friggin' Fallen, and Albaz, Despia, Tri-Brigade lore stuff, they should just make a full-on... I've been saying that for a while. I would love if we just got a new Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime, but instead of it being about teenagers playing card games, it was literally just set in the lore of, like, one of the archetypes. Like, I know, like, Sky Strikers is getting a manga, right? Make an anime out of it. Or, like, make an anime based on, like, the Dogmaticas, or, like, the Necros, or any number of World Legacy. World Legacy anime. Like, there's so much stuff that they could do with so many Dual Terminal or World Legacy would be dope. Yeah. And Albaz. Where are you, Draco? I mean, but it would still be based on the cards themselves. Because, I mean, like, is that not what every other, like, card game anime does a lot of times? Like, you saw, like, stuff like Chaotic and stuff. They weren't really playing the card game. They were just playing whatever their monster characters were, and that was, like, the whole gimmick of that show. And, like, I could see it being its own, like, lore and world and stuff. There we are, Draco. Ooh, I wonder if you're gonna make the right choice. Oh. Depends on my hand, but spirals like to go second more often than not because they can disrupt while they're comboing. My pathetic grandpa's deck has no card, Kaibo, but what it does have is the stoppable Exodia. Nope, it looks like it's gonna error us out. Connection timed out. An error occurred. Please return to the home screen and try again. What? You want full negation, you watch out for the trap. They just booted me back to the title screen. That was such a bad disconnect. I've never seen that error before either. Master Duel on that microwave. Alright. Draco again. The archetype's called Tier Elementals. They have sent to the graveyard by effects like shuffle a card, scene, special summon, and sent top 5 to the graveyard. Interesting. The game is being weird right now. Draco. Okay. We'll keep it the same. Let's just hope it doesn't DC SAN this time. This is full combo. Better than full combo. This is you could negate me 5 times and I'd probably still get full combo. Alright. You know what time it is, chat? Tea set. Oh, you don't even have Ash. Oh god. I'm so sorry for what's about to happen.
Let's rev it up!
Rev it up! You know what? We're just gonna, from the get-go, because we don't need anything else. T-set makes me happy because I actually play Mech Knights. Drone. Ooh, you're playing Drytrons. Hello. What are you? Brandon White. Fusion summon from the extra deck. Fallen of Albaz. What? Weird. What? How could I have guessed? Super Agent Prox pops the back row. Ooh, called by. Gonna add that. Onibosho, thank you for the follow. Again, so sorry if I completely butchered that pronunciation. Spell card. We are going... Yes. Quick fix. Yes. Quick fix gives us the car. Give me the big car, please. Thank you. Big car goes into... Big woman. Best girl gives us the car. Oh, would you look at that? We just top decked one of the other cards we need. Do I do that? Yeah, I can. That's fine. Have to like think of all the 15 million IQ moves I can make with this board right now. Does Spirals have a weak spot for Ash? Double Helix. Hit Double Helix early and it's over. As long as they don't have stuff to keep going. Double Helix is what you want to hit. Oh, look, you got Nibiru. Or not. Dogmatica Ashian. What is this? If this card is special summoned from the hand, you can target one direct. Okay. One fusion, let's... From deck to hand, it's gonna be you, since we can't do another Spiral Super Agent at the moment. Top to YCS with Spiral when it was tier 0, it was crazy. I started playing the TCG, like, after. Like, shortly after Spiral was tier 0. I ended up actually getting, because a lot of people were selling their Spiral stuff back then for next to nothing, because they thought it was dead. I got, like, a full Spiral toolkit real early. Is there a reason I can't activate her effect right now? What? What is going on? You started playing in 2013? I mean, I've played Yu-Gi-Oh! Since it, like, basically came out on the West, but, I started, like, I got competitively into the game back in... What is going on? I can't click on anything, and it's not glowing on either side. What's going on? I think it's lagging. Oh, good lord. There we go. What? What? had the perfect board. What was that? Okay, I'm just gonna close out because it's freaking out. Okay, we're starting. Let's see. Let's see. I don't know why it was freaking out like that. First, it gave us that error I've never seen before, and then it froze up and just quit. Awesome. There's no reason it should have done that. Just skip me. If you want, Draco, I can. Otherwise, if you want to still duel, we can still go. It's up to you. I think Master Duel is very full.
That's game!
If that's the case, then Huntail, you are up next. Didn't play until after GX were released. Went from Cyberjar to OP to Dandy to be banned. If you guys want my history, if you guys want my history of like Yu-Gi-Oh decks, it was basically early on, obvious as every kid, it was Dark Magician, the Yugi structure deck, or the Yugi starter deck. Obviously. Then when I started actually trying to build like an archetype, basically way after the GX era at that point, it was Elemental Heroes, of course. Cramped Zeus, thank you for the follow. But yeah, I built Elemental Heroes with whatever cards I could kind of scrounge together. Huntail, are you there? Weird. If not, then we'll just go next. Huntail's usually here. But, then as the 5D stuff came around, I made this really, really stupid Elemental Hero, like, Synchron deck, which did not work. It was like 55 cards. It was asinine, and it made no sense. Nick Coded, you're up next. Then I basically stuck with that until I ended up building, I stuck with that until more or less that's when I started really getting into the competitive side. And then I built Blue Eyes as like my intro to actually built decks, like actually going out of my way to construct a deck, buy all of the cards, build it, etc. Then after that, it was like Noble Knights. Then after Noble Knights, then it was then it was Trick Stars. Have you ever been to a YCS? Yes, I have. And the Trickstar deck, that's the one I built fully competitively ready for. That's the one I took to YCSs, to locals, to everything. I was the Trickstar girl. Never placed very well in any YCSs, but still. Perfect Vision, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the chat, Perfect. But yeah, I played a lot of Trick Stars back then. Kind of meddled with spirals. Other than that, I had a ton of decks at that time. Like I was building like everything I could get my hands on. Ooh, this is not great hands. Let's hope we can draw into something good. That works. That doesn't. Well, crap. You know what? So long as we don't get OTK'd, we literally have all the assets in place that we need. What a great first hand, Jade. It was not a great hand. Drawing into 2 of those from the get-go isn't ideal. The fact that we were able to discard them is fine, but your little brother got the better deck with Light Sworns. How to play them? He kicked your ass every time. Go OTKer. Just got back, and you've got quite the crowd here. Oh yeah, we were raided by Duel earlier. Very first deck was a 3 breaker, 3 pot of greed, 3 dark hole. The show was in the first season. My best friend was on a flip monsters with BLS. 9 out of 10 games. This is bad. I should have dropleted from the get-go on that one, but I didn't. Why is that a command? Because one of my mods thought it would be funny. You were really into GOAT format. We used to call it, or as we used to call it, the current format. You didn't love 7-colored fish turbo? What? That was my favorite meta. Your first archetype is when you were in college and the blue eye structure deck was the thing. It is funny, Jade. What are you talking about? You took that to regionals, not bad. What to do, what to do, what to do. Leela, Laleel. Ooh. Damn. Glad I stopped using heroic challengers. Could have ended up becoming a Rongo scrub. Who would ever want to become a Rongo player? IRL Despia Albaz. I mean, that Albaz structure deck is real appealing. We haven't seen one of those in a long time. Or at least I haven't. I've been out of the... Until Master Duel came out, I was kind of out of Yu-Gi-Oh! Ever since I was playing competitively. Back in, like, 2018. After TG Agents, I fell out of playing IRL Yu-Gi-Oh! It's gotten way too expensive nowadays. It's like, especially if you want to actually play competitively, you're looking at like $1,000 for a deck minimum. Thank you, IP. Attack me with 0 attack points. Tan. Yu-Gi-Oh! IRL. Funny. Your sword soul is about 800, yeah? Yeah. My IRL Medolces are only like 950. Please stop. Jade, can you use thunder armor? What does that mean? like, I wouldn't mind owning some of the cards. Like, I do still own some of the cards. Like, I bought, like, a playset of Sheos and, like, a couple other things. Like I said, I wouldn't mind getting my hands on the Albaz structure deck. Like, 3 copies of it, just so I can make, like, a halfway decent, like, okay deck. But yeah. Come on, top deck something that we can use. Not that. That's not what I had in mind. The archetype cards aren't that expensive right now. It's the staples, yeah. Your pots, your droplets, that kind of thing. That's always the thing that's the expensive parts. But there's budget options. Is there, though? Is there really? The budget options are just to get, like, an... what do you call it? Those really well-made fakes. More like copium options. Agreed. This is such a bad situation to be in. This is such a bad situation. All from that droplet play. Just because I let that first effect from Live Twins off. Wasting 2 resurrects, but you know what? We have to, otherwise we literally get shut down. It's quite literally this or nothing. Budget options are Deck Devastator reprints from gold that come bent. God. Thank you. Give me my card. Called by has no target. Spiral Gear has no target. We both wasted something. Surely they'll reprint Droplet and Imperm any day now. Imperm's been out for like 5 years. Keep waiting. Any day now, I'm sure. Pure copium. Let me guess, you're gonna use IP to link summon what? The other redhead evil twin, and then you're gonna use the quick effect from that evil twin to then bring out the blue evil twin, which is then going to pop my super agent, or my double helix. Almost certain. I know that's exactly what you're gonna do. Either that or you're gonna go into like Access or Apollo or something. Didn't I already negate that? Oh no, I didn't. Who would have guessed? It's gonna be a spell card, I'm calling it. Yeah. Speaking of branded structure, look up the price for Aluber, the Jester of Despia. It's a 3-of in the upgraded structure. Jade bullying a VTuber player? Why am I not surprised? I am getting destroyed! What are you talking about? I can't play the game right now. It's good that you can't play, you deserve it. Thanks, Game Shades. Let's see. Shade's not a bully all the time. How do you put yourself on the list? That is, you just exclamation point join, and that adds you to the queue. Welcome to the chat, Yummy. What happened here? I got shut down every single time I activated an effect for this entire duel. No worries, Thunderstorm. Have a great night. Master Duel keeps crashing. It's been freaking out for me tonight. Don't worry, Jade just got a step closer to Rongo. I'm not playing Rongo. If I was going to play any of the... I have Drytron Heralds. If I wanted to take it even a step higher, I would just try Brigade Zoo. Yeah, the Sunny Top deck, I'm done. You played Rongo IRL, it was a shitty format. Drytron Herald is worse than Rongo? Yeah, I'm aware. Let's see. You're gonna special summon the blue one out. You're gonna draw a card. You're gonna trade them both out for the red or the blue one. Then you're gonna special summon the red one out. You're gonna pop a card, or vice versa. I don't remember what the combo for these are anymore. I don't care. Red, blue, it's Matrix the deck. Yep. Spiral Quick Fix is dead. Both of my recursion effects are dead. So is Spiral Big Gear. It's... Spirals are dead. If those are all in the graveyard and not live, it's over. It's all die. Does Spiral not have grind game? Not really. It's either full combo or you're next to nothing unless you top deck Sleeper. Sleeper's the closest thing to the grind game we have. Problem is, I already had to waste Last Resort, because I got such a dead hand and kept on getting negated. So, because of that, even if I get Sleeper, I can't do anything with him because he'll just blow himself up. And I DC'd anyway, because for some reason this game is freaking out tonight. I don't understand what's going on with this game tonight. Master Duel's freaking out. Awesome. Did I win that or you did? You did. Like I said, there was no way I was coming back from that in a million years. That would have been a grind game because live twins can't actually do damage. Alright. Next up is Magnum. You are up next. I feel like Master Duel's just not having it tonight. I can tell. Clearly. Give me an NSFW art idea. Why would you want me to do that? Why don't we do something kind of wholesome? Let's do a spy family art piece. I'll be your JJ can be Twilight, Ren can be Anya. There you go. I'm just gonna activate it from the get-go. Maybe it forces a pass, maybe I get 15 card advantage. It's fine. Jade should have ashed me early. I didn't have ash. I had, what do you call it? And that was what was bugging me, that I didn't misclick. I literally just didn't think and just hit right click anyway and said no to negating your entire startup. Yu-Gi-Oh! Marathon and VR chat when? We kind of watched some Yu-Gi-Oh! Today in VR chat, early for the sub meetup. Problem with doing a Yu-Gi-Oh! Marathon in VR chat is I can't stream it. Oh, good lord, this is... I swear to god if this is witchcraft again. I've learned my lesson. For reasoning, you almost always want to go with a level 4, just because... Just because 4 is like the most common monster type nowadays. There's no way this is 60 card pure dangers. No way. This is witchcrafters. I'm banking on it. Danger Dark Worlds. Alien looking kid. Ava! Eva! Alright. Time to blow off some steam. That's fine. Eat them. You brave playing this in Drytron. Brave, BI. Wait, I meant to click Cyber Emergency. Fuck me. Okay, cool. We are going... Ash it, 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 ash it. Herald of Arclight, you are going to bring me Ben 10. But no Drytrons? In the Drytron Herald's deck! More dangers, always. Perpetual. No, you don't. No more Jackalope. Stop it. Get some help. Go on it, ash it. Yeah. No. I know how to counter dangers to some extent. I see heralds. Yeah. Yeah, you do. I love whenever someone tries to ash a danger in hands. Uh-huh. Alright, Necoded. Have a great night. Nightmare Phoenix. Alright. We're just gonna go ahead and yeet that so I don't have to worry about you quick affecting it on my turn. Oh, but that's not gonna help anyway because you're gonna use the quick effect. I don't know why I didn't think of that. You started using one of the most hated decks in Master Duel? What? Tri-Brigade, Drytron Herald, or Eldritch? Is this just 60 card danger? It might just be. Or Rongo Turbo. TD Dynamite. Thunder Dragon You Roar. Never seen that. Jade's getting awfully close to the dark side, though? What do you mean? Thunder, Dragon, Dark. Oh no, this is a full meta Drytron Herald list. This is literally the dark side of Drytrons. This is the Herald of Ultimateness turbo deck. Problem is I didn't draw into a single Drytron card. Drytron has a light side? Yeah. I mean, all the Cyber Angels are light monsters. To be fair, so is Ava. I'm somewhat disappointed, Jade. You wouldn't be if you saw the rest of the duels tonight. Thunder Dragon Colossus. Must be fusion summoned. Cannot be added from the main deck to your opponent's hand except by drawing them. This card would be destroyed by battle or card effect. You can banish one Thunder from the graveyard instead. Cool. And I'm sure there's a bajillion Thunder monsters in here. Yep, 1, 2, 3. Apollo's just a monster negate. I think you lost? Oh no, I definitely did. Ren may or may not have finished something for me. Oh? Whatsoever do you mean? What is it, Ren? I must know, I must see. I'll send it to you? So it's not like an art thing for the Discord, or... By Medionis Drytronus? Oh, there it is. I see. Quite good, I would say. Quite good, Ren. Thank you, thank you. Would you say this is the finished product? Intrigue is too much. After this duel, Jade deletes her Draconid Strytron deck. Unless you want me to add more to it, it's done. Oh no, that is perfect. Is Ren streaming tomorrow? That is a question for Ren. But thank you, Ren. Were we doing the different backgrounds for the different tiers, or no? That's the only other question I have about it. Okay, thank you, Ren. I think our streamer is on despair. I'm going full Junko Inishima after this, I swear. Chi-Chi's Magnum. Chi-Chi's. You know what? You know what? We're just gonna play Buster Blader. We're 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 just gonna play Buster Blader. Zakurix, you're up next. Selling yourself out wasn't enough. No worries, Otaku. Buster lock time. Bust out the blade. We'll try. We'll try. Master Duel is just having a complete fit right now. Card's normal summon, you can add one destruction sword card from your deck to your hand, except Buster Whelp. You can only use the following effects once per turn. You can tribute this card, special summon a Buster Blader from their hand or graveyard. This is the UR. You can target one Buster Blader you control, equip this. Okay, so we don't want to summon her. I'm assuming we want the actual Buster Blader monster, but I'm not sure. I'm assuming. Can I... You contribute this card, special summon one Buster Blader. Buster Blader. Why can I not... You can only use one of the following effects per turn, and only once that... Ah yes, draw the monster you can't summon. It's not Buster Blader in hands, of course. Oh, it only becomes Buster Blader while in the field or in the graveyard. Cool, so I have to discard it for something. Learning! Learning is rad. Alright. And I forgot to put spellcasters in the deck, so why is Magician Souls even in here? Cool. Is there a duel room open? Yes, for you, there is. Exclamation point join. Whelp doesn't work with retrain period. That... Excellent design, isn't it? We have nothing. Well, this card is equipped to a monster. Yeah, that doesn't matter. Yeah, that doesn't matter. We're just gonna yeet those two. And we got 2 new cards that don't help us. Awesome. Tyson, thank you for the follow. Unlike in Duel Links where it's just, oh, that's white stone. Let's see what this does. Yes, we're gonna activate it. What does it do? Send a card to the graveyard. I'm assuming we want to send him. Special summon a monster to the field. I'm assuming we want to do that. I'm assuming we do... I'm assuming we do this. Just spent an hour sorting Yu-Gi-Oh cards and I can't find my Melfi extra deck. Oh no. That's no good. Jade, can you skip me? I'm close. Gotta close my laptop and master. No worries, Shiro. Your opponent while this card is equipped, you can special summon this equipped card. You can only use this effect once per turn. Why would you ever want to special summon this? Just for the fusion or something? I don't know. To get the synchro. What do these cards do? The synchro turns all monsters dragons. The fusion negates all dragons. How do I get the fusion? What is my fusion card? I don't know this deck well enough yet. After all, this is the first time I've used it. So... Union Carrier, right? You can target one face-up monster you control, equip one monster from the hand or deck with the same original type or attribute to equip card gains. Yeah, but she's gonna be... Okay. Buster Dragon. What do again? If you do not control a Buster Blader monster, you can target one Buster Blader in the graveyard, special summon it. You can target one Buster Blader monster you control, equip it with a destruction sword from your grave. Okay, cool. So that was worth it regardless. So if I do this... So if I do this, for example, let's say we just turn this into Union Carrier. Why can't I do that? Cool. Alright, weird. We're just gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. We're gonna activate. We're gonna bring Buster Blader back. We're gonna need Apollo in this deck just for situations like this. Okay. Summon Buster Dragon and attack? I did not know. You know what? You're right. Buster Dragon has 1200 attack. I assume Big Dragon has more than 1200 attack, but you know, we're still learning here. Well, we're still learning. It's fine. So now he can't special summon things from the extra deck. Awesome. Imagine bricking and Fluffles. Is Fluffles just like insanely consistent? Is that because I know next to nothing about Fluffles. Buster Dragon is just the DNA surgery effect to equip the welt. I see. Why did I do that? I don't even know what this does. Finish one instead.
Just
one
my
card
luck.
with the same name.
Dorkfest continues.
Oh, okay. That's actually not bad.
One of us was using his brain today,
Thank you,
and I'm
Kaiba.
not talking about you!
Thank you, Kaiba. Access code. Prologue cheats out Buster Dragon for 2 turns? Really? Okay. Special summon Blader. And this should be game? Yeah, it is. I don't even know why I did that. Access code turbo. How much longer are you going for? Another hour at least. Depends how I'm feeling in an hour. GG, Zach. I think I like Buster Blader. It's gonna take me time to figure out. We need Apollo. I do need to edit the deck slightly and get Apollo out. Let's see. One set past, pretty entertaining. I definitely want to stick with it enough to try it. Yeah, we definitely are going to need Apollo in here. Honestly, we could probably put all of this in there. Oh yeah, where's Goddess? Yeah, there we go. Buster Blader was how I got to Plat Season 1? Really? We don't have any... Only Effect Veiler. I wonder why that wouldn't let me activate it earlier then. No Dark Paladin? No? Am I supposed to have Dark Paladin? I love when I can't spell. Alright, let's see. Spell negate? But what? I mean, I guess I can run one, but I don't know why. You do not have to put it, but it is helpful. By the way, you need level 6 or higher spellcasters for souls. Oh, that would help. What would I use then? Shit. Or do we just yeet the souls? Just not even use it at all? +5, my bad. Then I don't... What else are we gonna use then? Also... Okay, so this is the fusion spell. Destruction Swordsman Fusion. I thought Buster Blader has one archetypal spellcaster. Does it? Right here, the Wizard Buster Destruction Sword. Dragon, warrior, dragon. Machine spellcaster. You can use Red Ice Darkness, Metal. I don't want to spend more URs than I have right now. Also, I don't have any more UR tickets. But where are thou? Alright, let's continue. Alrighty. Ignorance, you are up next. Fell asleep and returned to see no spellcasters. Typical Jade. Mm-hmm. As always, the mage never uses spellcasters. What are you talking about? Mausoleum of Whites. Mm-hmm. Thank you for the duel. If you call it. No worries, Zach. Anytime. Honestly, Chaos Engine is worth it if you have it, but the deck is the trap card. But the deck is the trap card or lose. Speedroids. Awesome. Duplicates. This is interesting. Okay. And this is going to go into, what is it? The gun, the court gun. Court gun is going to bring out Crystal Wing. The end board here is, I'm assuming it's going to be Crystal Wing and Baron, or we'll see. Kite Drake. Destroy all other cards on the field. Let's not. I played There Can Be Only One and DNA Surgery. Card Turbo. Just Gun. High Speed Roid Clear Wing car. During your main phase, once per turn, you can target one face-up monster you control, send one normal monster from the hand to deck to the graveyard if you do the target monster. You can banish this card from the graveyard, add one burst stream of destruction from your deck to your hands. Oh no. Oh, so this is GG. Okay. Yep. GG's. Like we said, Zach, happens to everybody. Everything else has forsaken me. Maybe this will be the only thing that has it tonight. Yeah, exactly. Infector, you're up next. GG's, Echidna. Alright, Infector, let's see what you got. It's not Pendulums this time. I don't think so, Umbi. We'll have to do that Herald Mirror, though. Oh, if you would have said something, we could have. Alright, my main deck. Let's see if it'll ruin everything again. Shade's back from her villain arc, where I got completely destroyed nonstop for like 8 duels straight. We're gonna go that, Spheres, Hospitality, Synth Lorpar, as Farfa says, it just takes one bad day. Let's see what you can do. Nope, not letting that happen. Shall we awake chat with a word? Oh no, it's been a while. We haven't gotten any funny meme words in a hot minute. I didn't want to use Drytron while you were using a deck you were learning. Oh, no. If you would have said something, I would have swapped to Drytron if you wanted me to. One-time crossout comes in handy. What are you feeling, Jade? Ooh, that is the question, isn't it, Ombi? Ooh, Ada, Neon. Oh my. You get all of them. You get all the funny meme words tonight. By the way, what happens when you cross out a crossout? The crossout gets negated, so that... Crossout doesn't affect both players, right? I said the same original name. I don't know. I don't know what would happen if you crossed out. Second crossout resolves first, negating the first crossout, and the original target resolves. Yeah, that would be the easiest assumption. That would have to be it. I think we're just thinking too hard about it. If we cross out, does it negate the initial crossout? What happens when there's a third cross out in the mix? Activate spheres in the end phase. Tribute. Return. Awesome. I love that misplay. You can't cross out once per turn. I need chamber. Stat. Spheres. Sporal sword. Afromax. Oh, would you look at that? Top decked. Give me chamber. I like to use cross out 3 times in a row, but no once per turn. We are going to add fusion spell. No, we're going to add that to hands. Activate Tiding. $10 as it's called at, or called by. I'd be shocked if that face down isn't called by. If you cross out, your opponent disadvantaged with cross out and your effect resolves. My deck is going to be like, I don't need a hand to play. So what, is it a grass deck? Infector, what's up? What we doing? Otherwise, are we just lagging? Parlor. Maybe, but I don't have grass. Changeover. Welcome. Welcome will get us back. Changeover. Okay, we should be good. I still have no idea what that face down is, but we'll see. All right, next. House with Lorpar and Chamber. What is that face down and why is it asking you to activate it every time I blink? Thank you. Probably something like Jar of Greed. Lost Wind. They're wait. At this point, you must be waiting for the Sheo play. You must be waiting to like do something to my Sheo. But I don't know what it could be. It's a Saku? A Zaku? I have no idea what it is. It's called Mind Games. The fact that you keep activating changeover in a potential column is going to come and bite you one of these days. So it was called by. Like I thought it was. Okay. That's not the card I would have hit, but okay. That is definitely not the card I would have hit. I'm very surprised. If they would have activated it earlier, I literally would. It would have been game. I wouldn't have been able to make anything. Like, we can go. No. I know how dangerous that field spell is. That's the whole point. Like, if you would have banished Parlor, who's already in the grave at the beginning of the turn, it would have been over. Marine Cess. This card is link summoned. You can target one, add it to your hands. You cannot special summon except for water monsters. Okay. Sea Angel. One Marine says spell. So it's... Oh, God. Well, this is GG. Should never have negated it. Should have left Sheo up. Should have negated whatever the hell else. Because now they're gonna get their Link 4 out with like 5,000 attack from all of the equipped spell or the equipped monsters. Congrats, you're being marine sussed. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Adonis. That was very called for. There it is. There's the Link 4. Maybe they misplay Copium? No, they're not going to misplay. Marine Cess literally has one move, and it's this.
One of us was using his brain today, and I'm not talking about you!
My reaction to seeing Goth Jade earlier. It's not Goth Jade. It's your. It's the best girl from Spy Family. Agma returns bearing arts. Trivia time. Can a synchro monster from EMZ be flipped face down? I don't know. Your what? Your Forger. The it's the wife girl, the mom in what do you call it? Spy Family. Your mom. What to do, 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 what to do. Each... I need to dismantle back row. I can't get away with anything else. Bring the fusion spell back. We'll use this for Parlor. Just need to remove field spell. Yep. Yep. It's all that matters. The field spell's the only thing that matters. Send you to grave. Yeah, this will still work. Just attack over it with Sheo Tink Heck. Would love to, but can't at the moment. It's immune to card destruction, isn't it, too? I'm assuming. Oh, cool, I'm still negated. Are you winning, Jade? Nope. It's unaffected, becomes a towers with the field spell out. Rad. During each standby phase, you can banish one water monster from the graveyard, draw a card. Cool. Does Dragon Maids have tuners? No, they do not. Activate Cross Sheep. Activate Parlor. We are going to yeet Tidying to Grave. No, we gotta strat here. I know what I'm doing. Is this the last duel? No. We're still gonna do at least a couple more. 6 hours, you're a beast. We usually go, it kind of depends on how I'm feeling a lot of times. We go 7, 8 a lot of times for the Yu-Gi-Oh streams. It just kind of depends. She can go beyond. Please attack, please attack, please attack, please attack, please attack, please attack. 6 hours short stream. This is our turn by Jade. I mean, that's just Dragon Maids in a nutshell. It's not our turn, it's our battle phase. So look at that. Would you look at that? I just wanted to make sure because I wasn't sure if she was immune or not. I wasn't sure if she was still immune or not to House, so I wanted to make sure that even if the attack went through, I did maximum damage with Sheo. But why? That's why. Like I said, I wanted to... Your longest stream was 31 hours, which is still on the shorter side. How's it going? Oh, a new outfit? Yes, it is. Thank you, Satsun. How's your night? Melfi is also an R turn deck, even more so when you get to the new support. Desires in main phase 2. But why did they attack? Because it was already... They were already mid... what do you call it? They just wanted to get rid of Sheo so that way they could do stuff and not have it negated. I mean, I'm sure they're gonna get out. I mean, they can literally just put the field spell back down again right now. And, like, if I had to guess, they're gonna make the exact same board all over again. But... I'd be shocked if they literally don't just do... They don't put out the exact same battle... it had passed the battle step. Nothing too bad, but it wasn't motivated to wake up. My alarm went off. Watched too much JoJo last night. Oh, what part of JoJo are you in? I don't know if it's good, but it's interesting. It's... If you're unprepared for it, it can definitely be like a... You know, it can be a crazy build, crazy deck, whatever. But it depends. It depends on if you're prepared for it. I've been hit by this a couple of times at this point. So I know the field spell is always the thing you hit. The field spell is the only thing that matters. So in other words, read the cards and you'll be okay. The one in the prison with Jolene? Okay. I haven't watched it yet. I've read parts of it though. Anemone. Now, the question is, can I destroy this? Why? Actually, now that I think about it, what? Oh, that's why. That's why. It's like, why can't Shio negate? That's why. I'm currently watching JoJo. I think Iggy is my favorite character. Cursed comment by the chat member. But Iggy is a good boy. Iggy is a good boy. Oh, good lord, Adonis. He was a good boy. Welcome back, Kat. Only reason why Eyes of Heaven is as good as the manga. Yeah, like I said, it's literally this. They were gonna end with literally identically the same move. However, much like how they can do the same thing twice, guess what I can do? And this time it'll be on my turn. Any of you watch the 90s OVA? They were more brutal. Oh, I did. That OVA is insane. I kind of will agree with Adon a little bit. I would say anything before part 4 is kind of old enough to this point. But you know, it's one of those weird scenarios where it's like, at what point is this spoiler anymore? Yummy Buns, thank you for the follow. Cross sheep activates. What's up, hearts? How's your night? Rocketmus. Rocket Xmas. Sorry. Thank you for the follow. Aw, yeah, let's go. Avermax needs 2 link monsters, so no. You're just doing ranked. Not bad. Goodbye, Marine Cess. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? It'd be a shame if your effects were negated for 2 turns. I need to get over the collector in you. If you are able to dismantle all the useless URs you have, then you can make a good tech that is really good instead of just competent. Alright, we're ending this. Here and now. And what better way to end it? Oh no, we're gonna end it during battle phase. I really wanted to go into I really wanted to go into Defleur, but we don't need it. We don't need it. We don't need it. PM detected. PM detected. IP. Cross sheep IP into accessing the code. Because of course, it wouldn't be an end board unless you had to access the code. Hashtag Rob, thank you for the follow. Oh, hello, Effect Veiler. Be a shame if it mattered. Oh, wow, we could have gotten her out. Damn. We could have gotten Baron out. I forgot we could have used tidying in before Battle Fader. It's because Star Platinum was the same kind of stand. Battle Fader dies to Sheo, no? It would, if not for the fact that, one of my houses are here, the other house is here, and the third house is here. So unless I have a house in the extra deck, Sheo has no negates. Yeah, Sheo can't negate if it can't bounce. Exactly. GG's, Infector. GG's. Marin Cess is always a funny way to... Do you have a way to recycle house? Oh yeah, I definitely do. I have a million different ways. It's just half the time I want to use that on getting other resources to my hand. If I thought that that game would have gone on a couple more turns, I would have. But it was basically over. But GG's. How to beat Jade. Prohibition House. Alright. You could have gone into Unicorn with Cross Sheet before access code to shuffle house back in. I could. I could have also used Welcome. Welcome shuffles back into the deck. Or back to the hand, but with the extra deck, it just goes back to the extra deck. Tidying. Welcome. Housekeeping, or, the continuous trap, I forget what it's called. Yeah. There are various ways. Averlyn, you were up next. Building an anti-Jade deck. Gonna main Winter Cherries and a house in extra deck. Please don't. Do you have yours weapons on hand or no? Not on hand. I have the asset for if I want to make like the image like files or whatever. So like in the images I posted to the Discord, Obviously, I had those and those, but not within not full motion. Don't Jade's decks straight up lose to Buster Blader? Kinda. This one does. An anti-Jade deck is anything that synchro summons. Not even Buster Blader, Dragon Seal Jar. Or Skill Drain. Do that mid chain before Max C can go off, so you get a maximum one. You get one draw instead of the two. Mech Knights completely shut me down. If that's what you guys are thinking, Mech Knights are absolute. I've only gone up against Mech Knights like twice, and both times they've completely destroyed me. Thank you. Be aware that still triggers the effect. Welcome to the chat, Panda. I wonder how Numerons will work. It's really hit or miss. Numerons, it depends. You know what? I'm gonna get my monster out anyway. I mean, this deck gets shuts down by a lot of things. It's just much better in a BO3 when you can side, but the deck it goes against are really well. What to do? Ojama's also completely destroyed you twice, starting to think it's not much of an achievement. Thanks. Is this pure Dragon Maid? Yes, it is, Panio. Thank you for noticing. And Panda Circuit, thank you for the follow. I was wondering if my raid went through. I didn't get the notification for it. If so, thank you for the raid. Thank you. Yeah, we didn't get the notification for it. Need the 3 spell and trap cards in order to shut down players. Gearsu, the Orcust Mech Knight. Oh, no worries. Thank you, Panda. I appreciate it. For those who, I guess, depends on how many people, you know, I'm not sure. Anyway, in case there's anyone new, I'm Jade Novanus, Mage VTuber. We play lots of Yu-Gi-Oh! I main Dragon Maids and Spirals. This is a Your costume. How's it going? It's a pleasure to have you guys here tonight. Vanilla Ice Cold. Thank you for the follow. Pure Dragon Maids are the best Dragon Maids. Agreed. I hate Dragon Link. Lib the World Key Blade Master. Ooh. Oh, gotta love it. I'm not gonna be able to play the game in a second. Rad. Dragon Link isn't even Dragon Maids, it just runs a small engine since Chamber is amazing. Yep. All you need to do is run FGD and Super Poly. It's almost like Control Decks counter me super hard. Who would have guessed? And there's Avra. Avra with IP, of course. Most Dragon Maids run Super Poly since it is a fusion deck. You played Yu as well and use Dark Magician. You use the Gamble deck as well. We got a couple people here that actually runs that. Yeah, I've never seen Maids run Super Poly either. World Legacy Succession. I disagree with Super Poly and Dragon Maids running extra Super Poly targets isn't consistent. Agreed. That's like always been my issue with it, is it's really good in the mirror match. I'll say that much. Let's get rid of the back row. Thank you. Alright. I don't know what the hell we're going to be able to do here, but we'll try something. It doesn't really harm your consistency, considering it uses extra deck space. What do we do here? Oh, no. That's easy. Tidying. We just need to attack over... I know we can't attack over Avra. That's the problem. Duster concede. We're gonna bring the fusion spell. Okay, I need to read this. While he's Link summoned on the field, your opponent cannot target this card with card effects. Also, their monsters cannot target your monsters for attacks, except this one. Once per battle during damage calculation, if this card battles an opponent's special summon monster, quick effect, you can make this card gain attack equal to that opponent's attack during damage calc only. Okay. Can this dude... Oh, he can. Nice. Okay. I got a plan. Spheres can out it. Too late. I don't run Goddess in this yet, is the problem. Hmm. I don't have any. I only have awareness. There's that. There's that. Hmm. Cannot target with card effects. Okay. I like Goddess because she's like a kaiju. You need her. Yeah, that's... I'm going to... I bought her today, so I'll be putting her in the deck list eventually. Can't Spheres now because it's blocked by Cross Sheep, and Cross Sheep ain't a dragon. I know. Does Unicorn target, right? Yeah, it does. Was it made with IP? Yes, it was. Wait, what? Oh, well, that's game. He activated his effect, though. Once per... Once per battle. I thought it was once per battle phase, not once per battle. My bad. GG's. I was losing that anyway then, because I had absolutely no way to out that. Blizz, you're up next. Alright, we need to edit the deck though. That's one of the reasons why Avramax is so good. Yup. There we are. You play Anaconda? No. Spheres. Yeah, I'm aware. Spheres is the go-to for like 99% of things. The problem I was worrying about was I was thinking I was thinking I could do that play. I was thinking I could go Cross Sheep to go into Sheo, then use Sheo's effect to bait out the attack boost, and then, you know. I know now, though. I know now. Dot hasn't responded. Back on previous stream, Sheo attacking the Avramax worked because it wasn't through AP and Sheo Negate destroyed it. Seth, you're up next. You don't see Seth OMV, or you don't see... Oh, no. There they are. Oh. IP alt art or original art? Definitely alt art. That's the only one I own. No worries. Jade, I'm pretty sure this exact situation happened before. I'm sure it has. Is Jade interested in adding Super Poly to deck? Is that why it came up? No, 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 no. Chamber. Bring out Tidying. Tidying into Parlor. Get Lorepar off. Good night, Agma. Have a good night. Oh yeah, I can do the cross sheet play. Cross sheep. Tidying. Monster Reborn. I know some people who prefer the original art, and I'm just like, how? Yeah, the motorcycle art for IP is way, way better. Bring back the fusion spell, and then we go into Sheo. And the next turn, due to Sheo's effect, we can then get even more card advantage than usual. Some people don't like the cheetah print. How can you not, though? Why? If I would have put it in the... so stupid. You like the original, it has belly. This card is normal or special summon. You can add one level 3 Cyberse monster from your deck to your hand. You can only use the effect. No. You can revive House Dragon Maid? Yes. If you made House correctly, you can. So as long as House was fusion summoned by the effect of the fusion spell and not by the effect of Sheo, you can do that. Good call. Cyberse monster you control. This card is also monsters that cannot be normal summoned can be special summoned from the grave if they were summoned correctly. The RE is a mod for the alt art in this game. Signet optimization. If your Code Talker monster battles, your opponent cannot activate card effects until the end of the damage step. Okay. How problematic was the Reggie emote? Why hasn't it been accepted yet? I don't know. It's been like 3 days. It still says pending. It wasn't rejected. It just still says pending. So I don't know what their problem with Regigigas is. I don't know. And yet Ryunosuke was approved immediately. Cross sheep activates. Brings us chamber. Chamber brings us hospitality. Cleverly written joke. Regigigas noises. Nintendo are pretty notorious for copywriting stuff. Oh, I'm sure. But I've seen other streamers run, like, Nintendo emotes and stuff, so, like, I'm not sure. Really? He Monster Reborned it? Really? Too late to stop code talkers? Of course. Because what? This is just going to go to max access code. He's just going to wipe my entire board with access code and attack. There it is. He's got one. He's only got two. He can't wipe the whole board. I don't think he has game without the field spell. You say that and just watch that last card in his hand is the field spell. He's just been holding it this whole time to give hope, only to take it away. He needs the other spell card for the Talker U-Link Eebly Lock. He should attack and then proc access code one last time. If last card is field, he banished the link 3, he can't kill it. And yes, Chamber can bring back Sheo or House as long as they were summoned correctly. Which one are you gonna go for? House or Cross? So Chamber is House? No, 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 no. Chamber's is a shapeshifter. She can literally turn into any of them. Oh, bad move. That was a bad move. You chose the wrong option. You kept my engine for card advantage alive. I do not know what I am doing. If it wasn't obvious, fair enough. As soon as you stopped Kodak, it was pretty much GG. Yeah, because Kodak is literally where you get 99% of your advantage. Granted, I still have to attack over a 5,000 attack point beat stick, but Kodak is a +5 over a single turn. Jade bullying someone with an anime tag? If you use access code, you automatically are liable for anything that may or may not happen to you. Oh, Goddess works as well. Get another Sheo out. At least they're using access in the correct deck. Fair enough. I will give them that. And, to be fair, this is not an OTK. So, like, you can bring House back with Sheo, but the only time you really want to even do that is if you already have other maids on the field, or if you have Cross Sheep out on the field. Do you use 2 monitors, Jade? No, just the one. Eventually, I'm planning on upgrading to like a full gaming rig that's actually strong enough to be able to stream stuff and play like crazy good games. But it's gonna take it's gonna take some time. We've missed lethal. It's gonna take some time, and yes, an otter. Oh, good lord, here he comes. Come back, you can do it, Seth. Jade just giving them hope, only to take it away. Nightmare, Corruptor, Ibly. Ibly kinda hot, not gonna lie. I don't see Ibly doing much. I mean, considering I just negated her. Hope. What a funny word. You can use Underworld Goddess as a link material for Goddess. Oh, can you use another enemy in enemy's Underworld Goddess? Yes. The name of the current song, this is Saitama's theme from One Punch Man. Go to access code for the memes, Jade. If she survives, I will. Massive if. What is going on? I know not. I play with cardboard. Thank you for the follow. We too also play with cardboard here. You cannot special summon unless it's a link until you get rid of Ibly. Alright. Welcome to the chat. Salomon Great Sanctuary. Shooting code talker. Which means you can't tag out with Chamber? I don't know what you're talking about. I can definitely tag out with Chamber. Just because it was requested. Large access. Massive code. Comedically large access. Extra large access code. That's a large stick, ma'am. Oh my god. GG, Seth. That was really fun. Anime accurate access code. Actually, 7,300 attack because of Underworld. Yep. Thunderstorm said they had to go. It actually is anime accurate access code instead of Firewall Dark Fluid. Umvi. This will be the last duel of the night. Anyone who's still left in the queue, I'll give you guys this last opportunity to queue up. If you are here on Wednesday, which will be the next day we stream since I'm taking tomorrow off. If you're here Wednesday, we'll be streaming Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel again. We'll have the same system as then. If you're in the queue right now and you're there for that stream, I will prioritize anyone who's in the queue right now over anyone else who just shows up that day. Nor the Yagami. Thank you for the follow. North Yagami. Wow. I would be, but I'll probably be studying for an exam the next day. No worries. Is this the last duel? Yes, this will be the last duel. 1.3k already? What the hell? I don't know either, Another. I don't know. But yeah, so just in case anyone's not aware, like I'm sure there's a lot of new people from the raids and everything, but we stream Master Duel every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and then sometimes pepper it in on off days as well. You know, depending on how I'm feeling. And then we stream every other day of the week as well. I normally take like one day off every like 2 weeks or so. Other than that, though, like I said, Master Duel at least 3 times a week. Arkeo, thank you for the follow. So again, if you're in the queue and I don't get to you tonight, and you show up on Wednesday, I will, you know, be burning through the queue trying to empty it out. When we open a lobby on Wednesday. Infernoids. Uh-huh. Probably normal standard set must be special summoned from the grave by banishing 3. When this is special summoned, you can destroy all spell traps in the field. When another monster's effect is activated, you tribute 1 monster, negate the activation, and if you do banish it, cool. Tomorrow is the next day off, but next girl Ren streams instead. Oh, what's up, Cal? I'm doing quite well. We're actually almost done for the night. Access code and Boral Sword. We're almost done for the night. This will be the last duel. Dodoko, thank you for the follow. But again, we'll be streaming again, I guess technically tomorrow, but on Wednesday. Same time, 8 p.m. to 8 p.m. Pacific till around 3 to 4 a.m. Pacific. Feels good to get the chamber top deck. It's been a long time since I've seen Infernoids. I've seen this card before. I don't remember if it was good or not. No stretch? Dodoko redeemed the posture check. Make sure you guys are sitting up straight. No shrimp back here. Make sure your Asian guy also redeemed the stretch. While you're fixing your posture, make sure you stretch, guys. Writing Jade X. Why, an otter? Why? You wouldn't be the first. Oh, God. What? Can I just not use monster effects for the entire turn? See you later, Fanatsu. It's banished. No. Oh, that's it. Okay. Don't really have another option. What was that, Infernoid? Level 1. Oh my god, I should have picked level 4. Level 1 is always the... Clearly, it's not. God, Omvi. What are we doing now? You just don't want them to get out a free Decatron? Because that's even worse than what just happened. DA Vitae. Summoned. When this card is special summoned, you can destroy all spells on the field except void cards. Okay. Did you ban me if I use Dimensional Fissure against you? People have done it before, Another. It's not the first time. Target 1 Infornoid, the that target isn't affected by... Okay, fine. My job is trying to tell me that the holiday request I put in 10 weeks ago has been declined the day before I was meant to go. Yeah, that's not cool. Infernoid monsters. Omvi is preparing to send Jade to the void. I want crazy void Tenno powers. What are you talking about? When the angel's thesis is cruel. Void Jade costume? What would that even be? Just like a Tenno like outfit or something? Hello, Tierra. Dark Lord of Thoughts cosplay when? Wait, what? Oh, cool. GG, zombie. Each player sends 3 cards from the extra deck to the graveyard. Each player sends the top 3 cards from their deck to the graveyard. Rad. Oh, I'm doing quite well, Pegasus. How's your night? Card the cards time. This is your new deck? I never would have guessed, Omvi. I prefer Source of Destruction Tierra over Infernoid Tierra. Let's see if I can do something with this. Oh. What do you mean, oh, Omvi? We got that. Parlor. Do we not have a chamber bad? I'll make do without it. When in doubt, spheres. What software did you use making your model, Jade? Vroid. For a lot of it, the rest is all Photoshop and Unity stuff. When in doubt, ball. All right. Let's see what we can do here. Scared, why does Omvi have a response? I'm sure Tiara doesn't have a quick effect. It doesn't. Oh, Monster Gate. Hello. Tribute one monster, activate the cards on top of the deck. Okay. Self-mill pog. No. Deck Omvi out. I'll try. Very low self TK. We're gonna special summon you. Chamber is gonna then bring us a hospitality. Okay, we're schmoovin'. We got some card advantage. We got the cards we're looking for. We got everything we need to win this. Now it just comes down to what Omvi has in his last 5 cards. A strange choice to spheres there because he can just normal summon Decatron again. That I was not aware of. Alright, Banished Nurse, that's fine. Anunku? Anunku? Oh, cool. You can destroy everything else in the field. Rad. And I don't have an out, or I don't have anything to save myself for this. So if you get another monster out, it's over. Yep, GG's. Now you're just VMing. Surprised this isn't a 60 card grass tech. You don't have enough damage. What do you mean? Oh, I see. How did it get halved? You didn't use pot? Oh, you did use pot. Or one of them. You must have. Alright. We got one turn to win it all. Oh, it's the continuous spell. The spell in the field. $150 life point comeback? Yeah, right. I actually would have. I misplayed. If I would have gone Parlor, I could have kicked Tidying, gotten Parlor out on the field, used Tidying to get Chamber. Chamber would have done that. I don't have any other cards to get anything out. I don't have anything. Can get Sheo. I can, but the problem with that is all of these have quick effects that contribute, negate activations, and banish. When a trap is activated, you contribute one monster, negate the summon, and banish the card. Tribute one monster, negate the activation. Yeah, there's a spell and a trap card, negate, and a he had 6 life points? How does that even happen? That. We're gonna go battle. You're the problem card. Now I have a live gate. Let's see what happens here. I'm assuming this is nothing but game over here, but I won't make the same mistake twice. Parlor. Kicks Tidying. playing that one dino archetype that just has its own life points. 6. 6 life points. Dinomorphias. Animorphs? Tested that deck a lot in Nexus. Alright. It's gonna tribute itself. That's good. Epic Animu Duel. Dinomorphias are always in cowboy range. Hiya, Jackie. Why? Sorry, Ombi. Sorry for what? It's not once per turn. Fuck. It's a once per turn. It's just not a hard once per turn. Of course not. Alrighty. That is the final duel of the night. Alrighty. Alright, let me double check the art and see what we got. That was last duel of the night. We're gonna move on to the art segment. As always, if you guys want to send art so you get it showcased on the stream, you always can. It's all through our Discord. Give me a quick moment to piece everything together. Looks like we got some stuff from Agma. We got a piece by Omvi. For some reason, there we go. We got a piece by Carlabot. Carly Abbott, I'm assuming. We got a piece by Chaos. One that we can actually show on stream for once. A couple sprite pieces from Shiro. A model from Evo. Some Ren art. Okay, so that's all the art there, and then I think we have a couple fanfic things. Alright. Okay. We got a lot of art tonight. Lore tonight, yeah. I won't lie, I thought you and Jade were roommates. I'm not ready for Jade to read mine. Alright. Let's get the art locked and loaded. There's those we are. Alright, so we'll start from the other side. The first piece of the night is actually by Agma, and it's Goofy Little Cow. The eyes are great here. Very, very cute, Agma. It's great. There's also a in progress image as well of like the general sketch before the line art was done. Also, very nice, very cute. It's Agma's friend. Or as some of his viewers may think, that's Agma's cow form. Coco-chan. Very, very cute. Great piece, Agma. I love it. Kawaii. Stop it, meow. Moo desu. Stop. Okay, we're moving on. Before you guys continue with the bad, awful puns. Next piece is by Omvi. Very, very cute little piece. Omvi sitting on a broken wall. Just, is that sleeping or reading? Either way, it's underneath a cute little tree. Very nice, very adorable as always. Next piece here was by... Let me make sure I get the name right, because I feel like I've mispronounced it like 6 times today. Next piece is by Carly Abbott, I'm assuming is the pronunciation. This one's a very, very cute Yu-Gi-Oh! GX representation of me, and I love it. It looks very, very good. I love the eyes. The eyes are very Yu-Gi-Oh! As always. Of course, I'm an Obelisk Blue, because you know it. Obelisk Blue, of course. Would I be anything else? But thank you, Carly. This is phenomenal, and I love it. I shall cherish this piece. Next one up is by Chaos, and this is lots of Spy X Family things today. This is Ren doing the Anya face, and it is perfect, absolutely perfect here. It's so it just exudes smugness. Thank you, Chaos. Looks like she's plotting something. Ren is an Esper confirmed. Mayhaps? Thanks again, Chaos. This is amazing. The next 2 pieces are by Shiro. So first up is a sprite rework for Shiro's OC, the very cute little slime character that her and Ren have been working on. Thank you guys. This looks very, very good, Shiro. I love it. And of course, Tao for the design, of course, as well. This looks great. And then the next piece is also by Shiro, and this one is Huntail's OC. It's very, very good. The face I make when Jade is flustered, of course. Ren did amazing work with the color. Yeah, she did. Jade broken, it seems? What do you mean? How am I broken? Didn't see that one. Yeah, this Huntail art is really, really good. It's missing the shiny Huntail belt, but regardless, it still looks amazing. That's just me, like, picking the lore apart for that. Didn't see that one. Very, very good. Next piece up was by Evil, and this is just the model that they've been working on in I believe it was Vroid. This looks great. The hair is very, very nice. I need to figure out how to get glasses to look good. The pause when you say belt. He is asserting dominance. That's what he's trying to do anyway. T-pose! Oh god. I don't even think I can do an actual T-pose without it just glitching out on me. Glasses always look good. What do you mean, Jade? No, that's what I'm saying. But I'm saying like they look particularly well done in the app because I know how hard they are to make look good in Vroid. Very, very nice. This then is a piece by Ren. All of the people who've quote-unquote cracked my code and figured out what all of this means can decipher that to find out what it means. But this looks awesome. Little stone rune tablet in lore. This is great. It translates to message deleted. Very, very nice, Ren. How do you make that? I believe she used a lot of like, you used GIMP, right, Ren? Anyway, yes, thank you, Ren. This looks amazing as always. I guess we could show off, you know what? Considering it's also art, do you want me to show off the other thing, Ren? I'm gonna wait for her to respond before I just slap it up onto the screen. Do you want me to show off the new sub badges and the channel logo? It's technically just the guild mark, but I'll be incorporating it into like the channel logo and the you know, the sub badges and everything. Sure, I guess. I mean, they're gonna see it soon enough. All right, here it is. This is it. This is the finalized, completed. This is the Reliquia guild mark. So, huzzah! Thank you, Ren. Finally, I've been waiting so long for this. It looks so, so good. I'll be uploading this probably right after the stream tonight. And you guys will have that as the sub icon instead of the goofy little star. This looks phenomenal. It comes in a variety of pretty colors. We have green, which I'm not sure which. Each of these are going to go to a specific tier. Not sure which I'm dead set on is going where. But we got the pink, we got the green, we got the purple, and of course we have like a white diamond aesthetic one as well. So these all look great. I can't wait to figure out where we're going to put these. Anyway, thank you again, Ren. These look phenomenal, and I can't thank you enough. This looks insane. On a shirt. Alright. The next pieces are lore shenanigans. This one, let me find who's here. Let's see. Lore and fanfic. So, the first one, this one is Under the Moonlight and Fireworks. Okay, this one's my into. It's your time to shine into. We have a couple lore things tonight. How long is this? Only a page? Okay. Give me a sec. Okay. So we'll go ahead and read this out. It's crowded as always in the Sepulvetrum streets, but unlike any other day, today is the full moon festival, a time where people celebrate their half point of their year with food, fireworks, and alcohol, which are usually followed by regrets. Viz and Vanna, the two newly accepted members of the guild, can be seen busy talking with their own group, sharing stories, making jokes, and having fun. But as much as they're having fun on their own, they got some promise to catch. I just noticed our music just ended, so let's put some fitting music on in the background. Just nice and quiet, just so we have a little something. Vinaya? I'm assuming it's Vinaya. Checking her watch, it seems. It's time to go. She then tells our group she has to go. Some disagreement can be heard, but she ignored it and left. On the way to their promised place. Vienna can see a lot of familiar faces. It seems all of the Reliquia Guild members are here, from the Rangers, the Scribes, strike teams, and even the Guild Master. Well, I knew it. I guess I have to wait. Not long after that, Viz arrived short on breath. Sorry, Faris. I was making a mess. Let's go. Viz and Vienna arrived at the roof, having a clear view of the moon and the venue of the fireworks display. Finally, fresh air, said Viz. Best view ever. I would never get tired of this. Damn right. I can't believe it's been half a year. Time moves fast when you're having fun, you know. Oh, really? What about those endless complaints I keep hearing about? Doesn't mean I can't complain. Sure. Also, I want to thank you for helping me back then. What? Viz saying thanks? Are you drunk too? Please, I'm not that lightweight. Yeah, sure. But yeah, of course. I don't think I'll be here if it's not. Sound of fireworks blowing up can be heard, drowning Vinaya's voices. Huh? I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Did you say something, Vienna? Nothing. You must be hearing things again. I want Ren and Jade to read Hunt Tales. We're not reading that one, I'm sorry. We can't read that one on stream. Nothing. You must be hearing things again. The fireworks blew spectacularly, lighting the whole streets with various colors. Valequia's guild members can be seen cheering and dancing below. Benea can be seen staring briefly at Viz. Writer's note. What would you do if you could turn back time? I can't believe I'm writing this romance story. See if I give it. I'm assuming you don't want me to read this out loud. Very, very nice. From strength in Latin Vi, yeah. Very, very good. It's very, very good into. I'd love to see where that goes from here on out. But you know, that's totally up to you. Definitely safe for work. I mean, you can. I Not bad at all into. Asian guy of today just redeemed a funny meme word. Ooh, woo. You gonna read mine, Jade? It's 1.5 pages. Next one up is the Reliquia artifact log, the stone tablet. This is Ren's. Personal log of Guildmaster Jade Novanus. Dates, you know. Reliquia has been commissioned by the Orstellian capital to conduct a recovery expedition. A strike team from the guild's Pax Remor has been reported missing as of 7 days ago. A recovery team from the Onyx Guard had been initially dispatched to search for the missing strike team approximately 3 days ago. However, there's been no communique from their team since departure, and they presumed missing as well. Myself, Paulette, and Mason will rendezvous at the last known location of both parties and begin searching at 1000, I think is how. Yeah, that's a weird. I don't know how they would pronounce that in military time. Yeah, like 1000, right? Or 1000. Like, it wouldn't be 1000 because that sounds stupid. Um, Vi is Latin with a W. Y. 1000 hours. That's it. We've located 2 missing parties in what appears to be the ruins of an old Sepulvitrum museum. The personnel from Pax Remor have all perished. No fatal wounds were detected on their persons, and cause of death appears to be natural starvation or dehydration. Those from Onyx Guard are still alive, but are stuck in a comatose state, completely unresponsive from all forms of stimulation we employed. There's no signs of an attack from either marauders, aether beasts, or any other third party, nor have we detected any form of neurotoxin within their systems. It is as if they all simply collapsed from an into an eternal slumber. What could have caused them to enter such a state? I've sent Paulette back to headquarters to gather all of the available members in to our location to assist with body retrieval. Latin also never has any silent letters. Transportation of the bodies to the Orstellian Sepulvitrum border have concluded, and now we are en route to Reliquia headquarters. While preparing the bodies for tow, I discovered one of the Onyx Guard's personnel clutching onto an artifact, a stone tablet. The contents is inscribed onto this artifact consist of a self-contained breath grade amalgamation, as well as a cipher that makes use of an ancient string of aether script that I have never encountered before. I am led to believe that this artifact is the most likely cause of what befell the two teams, and have confiscated the tablet to further study what sort of effect it has inflicted on those who activated it. An artifact that predates modern Sepulvitrum civilization. Before its collapse, has the flow of aether really been in our world this long? Week-long stream when, Jade? Subathon when is what you really should be asking. We received a high priority update from the Orstellian capital regarding the condition of the reclaimed survivors from our museum recovery team. While patients' bodies were in a stable condition, all cerebral activity within them has entirely halted. Despite the quantity of the quantity of esteemed healing mages at their disposal, no runes that have been employed thus far have had any effect in resuscitating cerebral activity within the patients. Ortstel is demanding us to relinquish ownership of the recovered artifact to aid their effort. I am reluctantly forced to oblige this request in spite of the mystery that it surrounds the stone tablet. In the interest of maintaining our affable relationship with Orstel, I will be personally delivering the artifact to King Chromavitus himself, and keeping in close contact with his staff as possible. Subathon when, Jade. We'll see. Probably not for like a month or two at the absolute earliest, just because the 24-hour stream was this month. Before making this delivery, I have asked our scribe to produce a lifelike copy of the stone tablet so we may study it in tandem with Orstel. Detailed below, we have currently been able to uncover is everything we have currently been able to uncover about the artifact. The Aether script seems to contain a quirk with its litigate, notably with how characters are doubled up work. The text itself is intentionally written as a cipher. We have decoded the text. It reads, message redacted. The Aether amalgamation is that of a breath grade rune. Amalgam or activation trigger is still unknown. Whether the rune targets those in direct contact with the artifact or all surrounding it is still unknown. What's Jade currently doing? So what we have is we have an art section in our Discord. So what people have done is they've sent in art, they've sent in like fan fiction or like lore stuff that they may have written. So I always take the time after every stream and just, you know, go through the art, showcase the art, and then read out, as long as it's within a reasonable time frame, read out any of like the fan fiction stuff that we've gotten. So this is all fan made stuff, just from the community, like you guys itself. So if you guys want to post stuff that you guys make, that's all going to be in the Discord. Very, very good run. This was excellent. Just so all of the aspiring writers here know, um, Ren worked with me to some extent on this, so this is largely I reading all of this is accurate. All of this is officially canon for this one in particular. So, you know, just so you're aware, all of this is out. So if you guys want to analyze this and find out all of like the details on like how everything is spelled, how words are used, how the lore works, this is a very good official lore stamp of approval right there. Very, very nice run. All right, Sarah Moore's Founding, Pot 2. This one is Hunt Tales, I believe. Yes, this is a continuation of the piece that Huntail wrote a couple of nights ago on stream. Tag it as canon. Official? Mine? Yes, Ren. Yours is canon. Congrats. All right. Need to hydrate. Throat's getting a little dry. Drink some water, chat. All right. Recap. Recap. Primordicus's sigil went out of control and targeted the crown prince, forcefully making him experience the prince's memories, making him unresponsive in the process, and got imprisoned and is suspected to have murdered the crown prince Brutus. After coming to, Primordicus lay motionless in the dreary cell, drenched in sweat, with handcuffs sealing the power of his runes. After learning the truth, he knew he must escape at all costs. He inspected his cell. Excuse me. Trying to find any means to escape, but alas, there was no way out. With a sigh of despair, Primordicus collapsed to the ground, with only execution awaiting him. Every second drains his spirit further and further, dwindling his mental fortitude to an abysmal state. Someone clip that? Why? It was just a yawn. A week has passed. The day of the execution has arrived. Primordicus was ruthlessly dragged to the central plaza. An endless barrage of rocks rained down upon his battered and starved body. As Primordicus glanced upon the podium with empty eyes, drained of life, he came to accept his fate. The method of execution? Death by the late prince's sword, a legendary relic passed down the royal family, the anima gladis velix fierum wielded by the second Prince Vanum. Swinging down with all his might, Vanum gave out a smirk, and just when the sword was about to decapitate Primordicus, a strong gale blew and knocked the sword off course straight into the restraints, destroying them and knocking the sword out of Alan's hands. Realizing the opportunity to escape, Primordicus dove towards Velux and grabbed it before Vanum had a chance to react. Knowing his knowledge he got from the prince, he took a stance, activated his sigil, Spiritus Obdica, Obica, Obicti, and poured all his runes into the blade. This released the true power of the Anima Gladicus as a relic of with intelligence. As if time was frozen, Velix Ferrum spoke to him, as if guiding him on how to properly wield it. Through, although brief, Primordicus is fully aware that his body wouldn't be able to properly wield it. Although keeps preparing and prepares to flee using Verox's Ferrum's first and third abilities. Velux Motus, which makes the user become one with the wind and travel alongside it, and successfully make it to a cave on the outskirts that gave him a chance to recover next to his move. Don't you provoke me. Very, very nice, Suntail. I hope to see what else you kind of do with this general idea, especially with the idea that like special weapons have like abilities and whatnot. But thank you, Huntail. Very, very nice. Good night, good night, Otaku. You got one more from Huntail? No, we don't. There, there's one more, but it is very It's it's too spicy for chat. Too spicy. If you want to read it, chat, if you find the spicy stuff, it's all in the Discord. You guys can check it out, no problem. It's right there waiting for you. We have a fan fiction lore tab sitting right there. Um, it's not that spicy. The rule for fan fiction is if it's any degree of spicy, it's a little too much. Um, but that's fine. Again, if you want to check that out and more, you want to check out the art, all of that stuff, it'll all be on the Discord. Of course, we always post all the news, art, everything. You know, the Discord's really, really active, surprisingly. So if you guys want in on that, it's all there for you. The link is down below, or you can type in exclamation point Discord into the chat and get it too. Of course, other than that, though, we are going to end it here tonight. I do have to find someone for you guys to raid. Let me go ahead and do that. Yes, I'm aware of the shout outs. I'm not going to forget this time. It's fine. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. No basil today, yeah. Doesn't look like any of the channels I follow are up. So we're going to find us someone fun. As soon as Jade saw Huntail Spicy Piece, she told me she was going to delete it. All right. I'm assuming a lot of you guys want Master Duel. So let me find us some English speaking Master Duel streamers. Let's see. It's got to be at least one Master Duel VTuber right now on, right? It's got to be at least one. Dell should be live and if she was streaming tonight, that is. I don't know if Dell is streaming. Um, there we go. We got someone. And look, they only have 2 viewers and they're very, very cute. Lexi is very cool. I like Lexi a lot. The only problem with rating her is she always does like the follower sub only chats, and that's not cool when it comes to rating. So like, yeah, no. But yes, we are rating tonight. I have someone lined up. All right. So before we do that, of course, I just want to thank you guys again for hanging out. I want to thank all the subs and everyone for hanging out earlier today at the sub meetup. We'll be doing it again next month for sure. Um, again, I want to thank all the patrons because obviously patrons, the top tier patrons get shout outs at the end of every stream. So I want to thank, of course, Mute, Waifu, Lucas, Huntail Striker. Thank you guys so much for just being top tier patrons, and you know, it's great. I can't thank you guys enough, and I can't thank everyone else enough for just being here, especially the raiders who hang out even after duologues or what have you. It's always great to see it. It makes me so happy to know that even when you guys, you just kind of are all along for the ride with dual logs and you hang out here. It's always nice. And it always warms my heart to see all you guys just chilling and having fun in the chat. I really appreciate it. So again, I want you guys to just have a great night. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Discord booster rewards when it'll I can't necessarily give anything extra for the boosters. If you aren't already a sub or anything and you boost, then I can like add you guys into like all of the follower stuff or the sub stuff. But I don't know any other good ideas for boosters. I'm sorry. If anyone has good ideas, send them my way and then maybe I'll like greenlight those. Hasher Brown, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the stream. Um, just last second thing. We'll be doing more Yu-Gi-Oh on Wednesday. Normally I stream every day, but I normally like to take like one day off at least every 2 weeks. So I'll be streaming again on Wednesday. We're taking tomorrow off. But we'll be back on Wednesday with more Yu-Gi-Oh! Full day, 8 p.m. Same as always. It's a pleasure to meet you too, Hasher. But again, I hope to see you guys on Wednesday with more Yu-Gi-Oh! Have a great rest of your night. And let me go ahead and activate this raid for us. There we are. All right. It should be up and running any second now. Have a great night, guys. I'll see you on Wednesday.